I believe at this time we are ready to get underway. Please bring in that Class 1 Whiteface Crossbred market lambs. These lambs weigh 92 to 131 pounds. Class 1 in the ring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to your Indiana State Fair. On behalf of our State Fair Board Barn Director, Miss Gwen Mize, our Sheep Barn Superintendent, Miss Cindy Cunningham, and our Market Lamb Show Manager, Miss Erin Pageant, welcome to your Indiana State Fair. Would like to take this opportunity and introduce our judge, our Market Lamb judge for the weekend. Please meet Mr. Jimmy Davis. Mr. Davis comes to us from Walters, Oklahoma. He is a retired ag teacher and FFA advisor. Jimmy and his wife Jamie, son Ty, daughter Taylor, and her husband Colby, and their grandsons Wesley and Bo are involved in a registered Hampshire and Crossbred show lamb operation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together, give a warm Hoosier welcome to Mr. Jimmy Davis.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure and a privilege to be here to work with the young people in Indiana and sort through some awfully good sheep today. Something I've been looking forward to for a while and really excited from this first class of what we're going to see throughout the day. The sheep that wins the class, for me, man, that one caught me pretty hard when he came in the ring. I think that one's just fluid as he needs to be in motion, and then when the young lady gets him stuck, that one balances so well. And his biggest advantage over these sheep in second and third, he's just shallower and neater looking up through his front 1/3. But then you get in behind him, he's so big and opened up in his rib. He's got a big top laid in him. He's big and level and full from his hip back to his pin set. I thought an awfully nice one to lead us off. The sheep that comes in second gives me just a little bit of problem when we put him in motion. I don't think he's quite as square, quite as correct as he goes away from you as our class winner. But that's another one that props up extremely well. He's tall-shouldered, he's good-looking, he's got big old feet and legs on him, really big in his rack and in his loin. I'd like to change him from his hip back and level that one up and maybe fill him up just a little bit right there around his dock, but still a nice one that gets out and offers a lot of positives to be second. A nice green sheep comes here in third, and he's given up some in terms of condition and just overall width and muscle to our top pair, but that's a good-looking sheep that gets out and travels well. He balances up good from the side. Feet and legs are square coming and going. I think we just need to freshen that one up just a little bit, add a little more condition to him, but he's certainly got the right pieces to make a good one on down the road. We've got two sheep here in fourth and fifth that are a little further along in their maturity than our top three. And, you know, sometimes that's a good thing. I think in this particular class it kind of works to their disadvantage because they're both just a little deeper chested, just a little bolder about their front ends than our top three. This sheep that comes in four is a little neater to look at from the side view, not quite as mature through his chest and shoulders. Our fifth place sheep, that one's got a really good touch. His skin texture's good. Feet and legs are on point. I just need to change him in his front 1/3 a little bit to move him up, young man. And then the one that rounds out our class, big and powerful and stout, that one's rugged boned. He's got lots of muscle shape. Just gets a little out of balance when we get him out here on the side view. Nice class to get us kicked off. Please give them all a hand if you will.
We are ready for Class 2. Class 2, Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 132 to 157. Class 2 in the ring, please. Results of Class 1. Class 1, Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Madeline Bruzall. Second place exhibitor, Claire Payton. Third, Hadley Parker. Fourth place exhibitor, Jake Jordan. Fifth, Cash Holmes. Sixth place was Thomas Hogan. Seventh, Kaisley Selke. Eighth place, Lena May. Ninth place exhibitor, Cole Thompson. 10th was John Wilkinson. Other exhibitors in the class include Piper Humphrey, Marky Kaiser, Gentry Bouse, Eva Beckner, Blantley Ryder, and Elena Allen. Once again, congratulations to those Class 1 Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, another really stout class to sort through here, and certainly some differences in kind as you just study them from first through fifth. But I think all five of them good, usable kind of sheep that have some pieces to them. Is there one out here you can just grab a hold of and say, man, that one's pretty much perfect? I don't think so, but still loads and loads of quality. This one that leads us off, I think he's the closest to that ideal animal we're looking for. That one is really, really good to look at from the side view. He's extra tall at the point of his shoulder. For a sheep of what I would think his age is and his maturity is, he's still stayed pretty nice in his underline. His chest is up in him. That one handles as good as any of them. He's opened up coming out of his blade into a big old rack and a big forerib. He's got a big fresh loin and big hip in him. You know, we could change him a little bit when we get him in motion and just offer a little more flexibility about his skeleton. But that's an awfully good sheep there to lead us off. This one that comes in second, he's very unique in his own right. That one's got lots of pieces I know people around ringside like. He's big-footed, he's stout. He's got more muscle than our class winner. That one balances really well from his forerib to his flank. Now, for me, we need to make that one a little taller shouldered. And I think that extra muscle he's got in him maybe works to his disadvantage just a little bit as we compare him to our class winner, because he's even just a little more restricted in his hip and his hock. You know, get that one out, make him a little taller shouldered, make him where he can go better, and he's an obvious winner in my opinion. Young lady's got a really nice sheep here that comes next. He's big, he's tall fronted, he's got some extra frame size to him as we compare him to our second place sheep. I like that about him. That one handles pretty good for a bigger, older sheep. He's got some squareness and some shape down his top. He's fresh enough over his ribs. I need to change him from the side view and just shallow him up front, maybe deepen him up as we go back to his rear flank. And then comparatively to our top two, that one just needs more shape and muscularity from his hip back. Sheep that comes in four is another one that handles extremely good. Young man's done a good job of getting that one fed and exercised. He's lean, he's hard to the touch, he's got muscle and shape. Just doesn't balance up quite as neatly as our top end. He's a little bit rougher in his top line. He doesn't come from his hooks to his pins quite as neat as those top three. And then another one I think we could change a little bit in his length of shoulder, his depth of chest. A nice sheep that's presented well comes here in five. The young man does a great job of getting that one stuck. That one's a little softer in his condition as we compare him to our top end. Maybe not quite as much shape through his loin or back through his hip. And as I said, just a little softer touch. And lean him up and put more shape in him. He's an awfully good one because he gets out and moves well, gives you that right look from the side. Good class. Please give him a hand if you will.
Our next class will be Class 3. Class 3, Border Cheviot Market Lambs. In the ring, please. These lambs weigh 105 to 134. Class 3 in the ring. Results of Class 2. Class 2, Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Zach Tressler. Second place exhibitor, Bryce Hofing. Third, Riley McGee. Fourth place exhibitor, Eli Downing. Fifth is Ben Hartzell. Sixth place exhibitor, Isabella Thompson. Seventh, Kelsey Thompson. Eighth place exhibitor, Sawyer Ritz. 9, Bryn Lordy. And 10th was Thomas Hogan. Other exhibitors in the class include Ada Van Meter, Alette Nyer, Jacob Freed, Emily Viger, Owen Conger, David McMillan, Lindsey Peterson, and Caleb Klein. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 2 Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Certainly a smaller class in numbers than we've seen thus far, but quality is extremely good out here in this particular breed. I thought our pair up here at the top of the class were just a little more similar in type and kind, a little more moderate in their frame size in our third and fourth place sheep, and that allows them just to be a little bit wider through their center body and through their chest, and it certainly gives the class winner the advantage of just having a little more spread and a little more shape and muscle down its top. You know, that one comes out of its blade into some rack shape, but what's most impressive about this one's when you get your hands on her loin, really big and square through her loin, and one that handles with some leanness and freshness as we compare to those above her. I think we could put just a shot more muscle in this one when we step right in behind her, but for me, that one just balances up a bit better and offers a bit more shape and expression. One that comes in second, built a lot like our class winner from the side. Again, a little more moderate kind of sheep than the one we've got here in third. That one's thick and big coming out of its hip back into its pin set. We need to balance that sheep just a little bit better from the side. Not as strong, not quite as straight in its top line as the one we led off with. The sheep in third, certainly the biggest frame one of the bunch. That one measures extremely good from its last rib back. It's got some elevation up front, some length of body. Just need to put more mass and more shape in that one to move it up. And then another nice sheep rounds out our top four. Kind of follows the pattern of our sheep here in third, just in terms of muscle shape and definition. I think we could change and add a little shape to that one, change it from its hip back to make it more ideal, but a nice class. Please give them a hand.
Our next class will be your champion and reserve champion Whiteface Cross Market Lamb Drive. From Class 1, your first place exhibitor, Madeline Bruzall, Decatur County. Class 2, first place exhibitor, Zach Tressler of Rush County. From Class 1, your second place exhibitor, Claire Payton of Hamilton County. And Class 2, second place, Bryce Hofing of Hendricks County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Whiteface Cross Market Lamb exhibitors. Results of Class 3. Class 3, that's your Border Cheviot Market Lamb division. First place and your champion, Border Cheviot. Congratulations, Lindsay Peterson. Second place and your reserve champion, Emily Viger. Third place exhibitor was Kinley Rusak. And fourth was exhibitor Lillian Swanson. Once again, congratulations to those Class 3 champion, reserve champion, Border Cheviot Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a tremendous Whiteface Cross show here. I think 4 exceptional sheep that all have the ability to go about anywhere in the country and get along. I like things about each of them, and I think if you really stand back and you study this group, you could make a case for any of them to sort to the top because they're all that good. There's one of them out here that hits me pretty well in terms of just being a complete one that's got lots and lots of look and lots of shape. I'll go out and congratulate that young person, and then we'll kind of sort through them just a little bit longer. But if you would, not just for the 4 that made it back in our drive, but for all of our Whiteface Cross exhibitors, please give them all a big hand if you would.
And your champion, Whiteface Cross exhibitor from Class 2, congratulations, Zach Tressler of Rush County. We'd certainly like to thank Obsession Showstock. Brett Slack and family, they are the sponsor of your champion Whiteface Commercial Market Lamb Award. Once again, Obsession Showstock, Brett Slack and your family, thank you so very much for your generosity in sponsoring our champion award. Your reserve champion, Whiteface Cross Market Lamb from Class 1. Congratulations, Madeline Bruzall, Decatur County. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Whiteface Cross Market Lamb exhibitors. We'd also like to thank Leininger Club Lambs, Thad, Rochelle, and Jordan Leininger. They were your sponsor of the Reserve Champion Whiteface Cross Market Lamb Award. Once again, Leininger Club Lambs, thank you so much for your generosity. In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 4. Class 4, North Country Cheviot Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 71 to 120 pounds. Class 4 in the ring. For those of you around ringside, you might have noticed our ladies in black. These ladies are part of the Lindsay Hanowich Photography Group. They are in all the barns to capture those special show ring moments or that perfect backdrop photo. To view and purchase those photos, go to lindsayhanowichphotography.com.
Nice set of these North Country sheep to sort through, and And I think some quality throughout the class, yet at the same time, a class that lines itself up fairly easily for me. The one that leads off, easily the best balanced one, one that gets out and moves around the ring extremely well. He's got the right kind of width at the ground, and that allows him to be just a little bigger through his chest floor, a little bigger through his center body than these that stand below him. And when you do that, that allows them just to have more muscularity and more shape down their top. I think he's the biggest racked when it opens up into a big loin. You know, change him a little bit from his hip back to make him ideal, but I thought the logical place to start in this particular class. Close placing, in my opinion, between second and third, because I think they're pretty similar in their look from the side. The old sheep that is second, I think, has the advantage once again of having just a little more openness to his rib cage. He's got more shape and more muscularity down his top. He's giving the young man fits there for a little bit, but man, when he gets him set up and gets him stuck, he's tall fronted, he's extended, he's got some look, and I think the second best one when we talk about muscularity. The one that comes in third, probably one of the more attractive ones from the side view, because he's long-necked, he's tall-shouldered, he's got some length to his spine, yet he's level and correct from his hip back. That one just closes up and gets a little bit narrow, young man. I'd like to see more muscle shape in him. If we could do that, I think he's certainly one you could justify moving up just based on the look he has from the side. And then two sheep that were pretty similar here in 4 and 5. Both of them need to balance a little bit better to move up. I thought the young man here in 4 had the advantage of just having a little more boldness, a little more condition and muscle than the one that rounds out our top 5. And then that 5th place lamb, a good-looking, well-built one. He just needs more time at the feed bunk to flesh up and add a little more shape. But a good class. Please give them all a hand, if you will.
Our next class, Class 5. Class 5, Columbia Market Lamb. Single entry in this class, this lamb weighs 155. Class 5 in the ring. Results of Class 4. Class 4, North Country Cheviot Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Alexis Cook. Second place exhibitor, Alexis was your champion as well. She was first place and your champion, North Country Cheviot Market Lamb. Congratulations, Alexis Cook. Second place and your reserve champion, Grayson Shepard. Third place exhibitor, Jack Rosenberger. Fourth was Brock Kessler. Fifth place, Braden Balmer. And sixth was Brendan Balmer. Once again, congratulations to all of our North Country Cheviot Market Lamb exhibitors.
Nice lamb here to win our Columbia class, and easily the biggest frame sheep we've seen today. I mean, that thing's got some elevation, some extension, some height there at the point of his shoulder. He's one that gets out and moves fairly well. You know, to make him just a notch more ideal, I think, for his frame size and how much he weighs, I think we could add a little more shape, a little more muscle to him. But that's getting critical of a nice one in his respective breed. If you would, please give this young lady a hand.
Our next class will be Class 6. Class 6, Cordell Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 95 to 129. Cordell Market Lambs, Class 6 in the ring. Results of Class 5. Class 5, first place and your champion, Columbia Market Lamb. Congratulations, Eva Beckner.
nice set of sheep here in our Corriedale class, and luckily for me, they kind of placed themselves as they came in. This is actually how I see them, and I think the sheep up here at the top of the class is the best balanced. He's the one that just offers a little more show ring appeal. By that, I mean he's just a little taller statured, yet he's straight. He's correct in his top line. He's got a little extra condition on him, which allows him to have a little more shape and expression to his top. This one, it comes in second. I think he's the next best one when we just talk about fat cover over his ribs and down his top. That one opens up with some center body. He's got some flank in him. We need to smooth him up in his top line. We need to level him and correct him back from his hip back to his tail head, more like the one that leads off to possibly move that one up. But still a nice fleshy sheep the young man's done a great job with. One that comes in third, a little more moderate than the sheep on either side of him, and that doesn't bother me about him. I think that allows him just to be a little wider based, a little sounder in his structure. His big advantage over our fourth place sheep is just his levelness of spine. We need to change him, put more condition, put a little more muscle shape in him to possibly move him up, but I think he does have those advantages over the young man's fourth place sheep. Fourth place sheep is like the one that came there in second. Just a little bigger outline kind of a deal that's got some extension, some look. We need to level him up in his top line. We get him out here on the side view. He wants to roach up a little bit. And then he's also a sheep. Just needs a little more time on feed to flesh up and add a little more shape and muscle. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 7. Class 7 Texel Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 93 to 135 pounds. Class 7 in the ring. Results of Class 6. Class 6 Corriedale Market Lambs. First place and your champion, Corriedale Market Lamb exhibitor. Congratulations, Lucas Wilson. Second place and your reserve champion, Grayson Engel. Third, Emerson Engel. And fourth was Eli Engel. Once again, congratulations to all of our Corriedale Market Lamb exhibitors.
A good set of sheep here in our Texel class, and man, these things are loaded up as you would expect with muscle, shape, and expression. For me, it just comes down to balance and soundness and structural integrity. I think this sheep that leads the class off is the one that gets out here and wants to be a show sheep. Young lady's got that one where he'll prance around and show his flexibility and his soundness off, and I think that's his biggest advantage over these sheep below him. He's just so flexible, so sound in his movement, keeps his chest up, keeps his neck up where it should be, and keeps his top line in check. That one's got plenty of muscle and plenty of shape in him. You know, get picky, change him a little bit up there on his front feet. He's a little softer on his pasterns perhaps, but still I think has the advantage in so many areas. We have to put him at the top of the class. When it comes in second, follows that one most closely just in terms of soundness and structural makeup. That one balances up really good from the side. A little boxier in size and frame than some of these on either side, but just a complete sheep that you don't find a whole lot of holes in. That one's a little bit softer in the way he touches, and partly due to its skin. I think if that one had a little tighter pelt on it like the one that leads off, make it look a little smoother, but that one's a nice sheep that gets out and moves plenty good for me. One that comes in third, another more moderate one that's got loads and loads of shape. You step in behind that one may be as big-ended as any of them except for maybe that sheep that rounds out our top five. From the side view in comparison to our top pair, need to level that one up. From her hip back and her roundness or his roundness of muscle from his hip back to his tail head, I think kind of restricts his movement. He's not as fluid as either of those two that come ahead of him. These two that come in 4 and 5, both of them extremely fresh, good handling sheep that have some muscle. I didn't think they balanced up quite as neat. The one in 4 is a little deeper fronted than our top 3, but he's also a little more correct coming out of his hip to his tail head as we compare him to the 5th place sheep. 5th place sheep really wide, big, robust about his rib cage. Need to change that one up front and extend him just a little bit and then make him more correct from his hip back. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you will.
Our next class will be Class 8. Class 8, Tunis Market Lambs. Tunis Market Lambs, Class 8, in the ring, please. These lambs weigh 112 to 141 pounds. Class 8 in the ring.
Another nice class to sort through, and I thought some up here at the top of the class just a little fresher, a little more youthful in the way they touch. This young man sheep that leads the class off, he at times he wants to get his top up in him a little bit, but when you really step back and study that one, I think he's easily the best balanced one. He's cleaner about his breast, he's shallower up through his chest and shoulder, and then comparatively to those below him, I think he's just the freshest to the touch in terms of condition and cover over his ribs and down his top. Another big advantage for me is when I handle that one, I think he's got a little more shape to his rack, but he's bigger in his loin. He's bigger from his hip back to his pin set than these sheep that stand below him. The one that comes in second, for me, just resembles him the most from the side, and being one that hooks from the point of his shoulder into his top line just a little smoother and a little straighter than some of these that stand below him. Another one that's been fed good. He's fresh enough. He gives up a little bit of shape from his hooks back to his pins. He doesn't carry his muscle down quite as low. Is the one that led us off. Young man's doing a good job with the sheep that comes here in third. He's probably as good skinned as any of them. I like that about him. He's got a really neat touch for this particular breed. He's one we just need to put more shape and more muscle in to move him up today. He's not as big and bold about his rack. And then from his hip back, he's a lot like the sheep that comes here in second. Just needs a little more flair, a little more shape and expression. Another well-presented one comes there in four. He's a bigger sheep than a couple of those ahead of him. It's got some extension, some look up front. We need to ease that one up in his top line and put just a notch more shape in him. And then another nice sheep there rounds out our top five. Gets out and moves pretty well, offers some balance and some look from the side, yet just needs to be cracked open and offer a little more width from the ground up. Please give him a hand if you will.
Our next class will be Class 9. Class 9 Monadale Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 105 to 140. Class 9 in the ring. Results of Class 7. Class 7 Texel Market Lambs. First place and your champion, Texel Market Lamb. Congratulations, Anna Rosenberger. Second place and your reserve champion, Kaysen Shepard. Third place exhibitor, Brock Kessler. Fourth, Ellie Snap. Fifth, Carter Rutherford. Sixth place was Ryan Rutherford. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 7 Texel Market Lamb exhibitors. Results of Class 8. Class 8, that is your Tunis Market Lamb class. First place and your champion, Tunis Market Lamb exhibitor. Congratulations, Braden Stone. Second place exhibitor, Oakley Reinhardt. Third, Bryson Shepard. Fourth place was exhibitor Jack Rosenberg. Fifth, Hannah Ziegler. Sixth place was Lee Ziegler. And seventh, Lillian Swanson. Once again, congratulations to those Class 8 Tunis Market Lamb exhibitors.
Good class of these monodales to sort through, and again, not many numbers like several of our breeds, but I think the quality's certainly there. And for me, a pretty easy class winner. This one came in the ring, and I think for this particular breed especially, she just exemplifies balance and look from the side. She underline quality's plenty good in her, but man, I love her straightness of top from the point of her shoulder back to her tail head. She's fleshier than some of these other sheep in class and just offers a little more turn to her rib cage, a little more shape, a little more squareness of muscle working down her top. One that comes in second, I thought resembled her pretty well from the side view. Certainly she's smaller in stature and she's given up some pounds to our class winner, but I think a sheep that's built pretty much the same. Square correct on her feet and legs, enough turn to her body. She's a little flat in her forerib. We could change that about her, but she's got the same kind of muscle expression working down her top as our class winner. Not quite as good skin, not quite as fresh to the touch, but still a good balanced sheep that's certainly deserving of that second place spot. The one that comes in third, tall fronted, pretty, one that has some extension, another one that's really good from his shoulder all the way back to his tail head. You step in front of that one wants to close up a little bit in its chest, and then from its hip back, we don't see quite the expression or quite the flare of muscle as our top two. Sheep that comes in four today, that's another one that really offers some extension, some look through his front 1/3. Need to change that one from his hip back and just square him up, and then put a little more condition and shape in him as well. And then the sheep that rounds out our top five, one of the larger framed ones that's certainly extended, tall shouldered. That one's pretty lean today. I think if we could add a little more condition to that one, it would benefit him and make him balance just a little better. But again, one of those that just needs a shot more power when you step right in behind him. Good class. Give them all a big round of applause, if you will.
In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 10. Class 10 Oxford Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 113 to 128. Class 10 Oxford Market Lambs in the ring. Results of Class 9. Class 9 Monadale Market Lambs. First place and your champion, Monadale Market Lamb. Congratulations, Caleb Klein. Second place and your reserve champion, Grayson Engel. Third, Elena Allen. Fourth place, also Elena Allen. Fifth place exhibitor, Eva Beckner. Sixth, Kinley Roshak. And seventh was Cade Jones. Once again, congratulations to those Class 9 Monadale Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a really good class to get our Oxford breed kicked off, and lots of good sheep. We sent some sheep out of the ring that were exceptionally well put together, and I thought that the 5 that kind of sorted themselves to the top did so for different reasons. I mean, you can look at them from start to finish. There's some different types and kinds out here, but I think all of them really the kind of sheep that just offer a lot of positives, offer some extremes that you have to like, and kind of push them closer to the top. This one that leads off is an athletic one. I mean, that one, when she gets him out, gets him in motion, man, he's so sound, he's so flexible, he stays youthful in his look as far as his chest floor, his neck comes out of him right, and I think he just maintains an excellent top line. Get your hands on him, he's very wedge-shaped down his top. He's pulled apart enough in his blade, but man, that thing just progressively gets wider as we go back to his pin set. He's lean enough that he handles fresh and firm, yet he's still big enough and square enough in his loin. I thought a really neat one to lead off with. This one that comes in second, young lady, certainly no slouch there. That's an awfully good sheep. Balance is good. Underline quality in that one's extremely nice. Is he as good in his chest floor as our class winner? I don't think he is. I'd like to change him just a little bit there, but you get past that. That's a barreled rib one that's got some handle. He's got some muscularity, gets out and moves extremely well. Young man that ends up third, he showed himself up the line quite a ways. He started off there kind of low, but I think the longer that sheep was out here, the more he wanted to show himself off. Extremely good balance from the side. Feet and leg squareness and soundness in that one is good. Not quite as firm to the touch as our top 2, yet still has that same kind of expression of rack and loin. I thought we could have changed him just a little bit from his hip back to his pin set and make him more ideal like those 2 ahead of him. Good sheep. Young man's done a great job showing this one that comes in for. The front 2/3 of that one are extremely good. He's tall-shouldered. His neck comes out where it should. He's a little bit off in his loin edge. I'd change that about him. And then comparatively to the ones ahead of him, even though he's lean enough, I think he touches just a little bit softer. Like to change him on his rear too as we get him out and get him in motion. And then a nice complete kind of sheep rounds out our top 5. Maybe not any of the bells and whistles as some of those ahead, but just good functional livestock that's square built, sound, comfortable, offers plenty of muscle and shape. Good top 5. Please give them a hand.
Our next class will be Class 11. Class 11 Oxford Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 129 to 139. Class 11 in the ring, please. Results of Class 10. Class 10 Oxford Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Addison Winger. Second place exhibitor, Alexa Bratton. Third, Jackson Norrocky. Fourth place was Quentin Dare. Fifth, Hallie Scheller. Sixth place was Hayden Feltner. Seventh place exhibitor, Cole Nelson. 8, Brayler Bruzall. Ninth place was Colby Murphy. 10th, Isabella Guthrie. 11th, Rachel Griffiths. 12th place exhibitor, Dana V. Scheller. And 13th was Kayla McCain. Once again, congratulations to those Class 10 Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, the heat certainly got cranked up in this particular class. Lots and lots of good sheep had to exit the ring, and some of them, you know, we initially pull a little sooner thinking they're going to be at the top, and then they don't make it, and that's hard on the kids, and it's hard on the judge as well. But I think an awfully good top 5 out here. And again, you know, differences in type and kind. You read them like you read them. I'll do the same. These two at the top of the class for me are just the stout ones that still combine enough attractiveness, enough show ring look. But man, they've got the right kind of handle. These guys are lean, they're opened up, they've got some shape to them. That one that leads the class off, at times, man, he gives you a deadly look, and then at times he relaxes a little much, and you wonder about his top line. He doesn't hook up as good from his loin into his hip as some of them, but it's not because he's not square enough and big enough in his edges. He's just got that extra muscle there at his hip, and it kind of throws him off at times. That one's as big racked as any of them. He's as opened up through his chest and rib as any of them, and for me, that one's got the right kind of handle and touch. Young man gets him in motion, comes together, certainly looks the part. This one that comes in second, I thought followed him next closest. Another one that's just really fun to get your hands on, big open rack. It's got a big rib cage, shapely down his back. He's got the same issue there at his hip loin as our class winner does. It appears from the side view not to be as good as it really is when we get him in motion and when we get our hands on him. He shortens up just a little bit in body length in comparison to our class winner. Maybe not as freaky long necked as that class winner, but equally as good on his feet and legs. Very good in his touch. And when it comes in third, young lady's doing an awesome job of presenting that one. He's tall shouldered, he's good looking from the side. Top line in that one's really smooth. He's a little bit softer to the touch than our top pair. I'd like to trim him up just a little bit, firm him up in the way he handles, but I think one you have to appreciate from the profile, one you like when you get him in motion. Young man's done a great job of showing and feeding that one that comes in 4. He's as lean and good touching as any of them over his ribs. He's big racked, he's big in his loin. Like to change that one a little bit from his hip back and fill him out just a little bit in his pin set. His biggest disadvantage to the 3 ahead of him is when we get him in motion. He doesn't handle himself on his back too quite as good. He wants to roll his hock and toe in just a tad. But again, awfully good sheep there to have to stand 4th. Young man that ends up in 5, he worked his way up. That one wasn't wanting to show for him extremely good the first time through. But man, he's come to life out here. He gives you an awesome look from the side. Big-footed, big forearmed one that's got some shape down his back. You get up over the top of him and study him for all the muscle he's got up high. I'd like to make him just a little rounder in his rib cage. I'd like to change him just a little bit in his chest floor. Awfully good top 5 in a deep class. Please give him a hand.
Exhibitors, we're going to take just a real quick pause for our judge, and we'll be right back ready for that Class 12. Class 12 Oxford Market Lambs will be next. Give us just a second, guys, and we'll be right back with the show. Results of Class 11. Class 11 Oxford Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Jake Jordan. Second place exhibitor, Drew Blades. Third, Landley Krieger. Fourth place exhibitor, Caden Parks. Fifth, Maddox Thompson. Sixth place exhibitor, Lillian Kreitcher. Seventh, Maisie Stoltling. Eighth place, Kate Dorrell. Ninth, Avery Feltner. And 10th, Brody Whitaker. Other exhibitors in the class include Lexi Andrews, McCabe Spartanburg, Tegan Walker, and Caden Dale. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 11 Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors. In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 12. Class 12 Oxford Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 140 to 156. Class 12 in the ring.
really good class to wrap up our Oxford division, and I think some awfully good ones out here. Some nice sheep had to go back to the pen, and that's always unfortunate when you get that many good ones thrown in here together. But awfully good top end, I think. The one that leads us off, man, that one touches like a champ, really big and shapely and square in his rack. He transitions good down his top. At times, like right now, he's one of those that doesn't look like he hooks up quite as good as perhaps a couple of these others, but he's got a big square edge in him. He's just bigger hipped, and that sometimes throws him off just a notch. But that one gets out and moves extremely good. Young lady does a great job of presenting one that's been fed right. He's fresh, he's shapely. That's a good one. The one that comes in second, man, he props up and looks the part from the side, and I know some of you probably like him a little better for his extra elevation at the point of his shoulder, his smoothness and correctness of lines. I'd like to see that one go just a little bit better. We get him out and get him in motion. I don't think he's nearly as flexible, and maybe that's due to the fact that he is big hipped and has some muscle from behind. I think that just restricts his hock and his hip just a notch. Get past that, that's an awfully good one, and as I said, profile's extremely good. Young man's got a nice one that comes in third, and again, just unfortunate that you had to be in the class with those two ahead. That one's tall fronted, he's good looking, he's extended, he's got some feet and legs on him in terms of just sheer bone and muscularity through his forearm. I like that one's rack, I like that one's hip. We need to change him a little bit and freshen him up in his loin edge. And then I think when you back off and look at those three from the side, he's the deepest of our top three. Now, is he a deep fronted sheep? No, not at all. But we're getting picky here, and we have to make some critical decisions. That's the way I read that one. The one that comes next, big and powerful about his rib cage. He's got a big old top in him. Comparatively to the ones ahead of him, that's a little softer handling sheep when we get our hands on his ribs and down his top. Just like to freshen him up and harden him up. And then like the one that goes out ahead of him, that one too is a little deeper shouldered, a little deeper chested than our top pair. Sheep that worked his way up quite a way. She didn't get pulled on that first go through, but that's a good looking sheep from the side. He's sound, he's functional. In comparison to our top four, he needs more shape and muscle. He needs to be trimmed up in his condition over his ribs. Good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 13. Class 13 Shropshire market lambs. These lambs weigh 114 to 127. Class 13 in the ring, please. Results of Class 12. Class 12 Oxford market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Madeline Crouch. Second place exhibitor Holly Howard. Third was Jacob Thompson. Fourth place exhibitor Case Williams. Fifth, Blair Mrozinski. Sixth place exhibitor Jonathan McMillan. Seventh, Cabry Messersmith. Eighth place, Carly Naylor. Ninth was Carson Dice. 10th, Maddie Paxson. Other exhibitors in the class include Gabriel Ball, Caleb Freed, Braylon Dorrell, Kaylin Myers, and Isaac Holzinski. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 12 Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors.
Another really fun class to evaluate and sort. You've heard me say it many times today. We've got a lot of variation just in types and kinds, and I'm okay with that. You know, it's hard really in any show of any size just to set you a pattern and have 5 of them at the end that all look the same, handle the same. Good livestock come in different shapes, sizes, colors. I think all of these really have some value about them. The one that leads off, that one did so pretty early on for me. I think an awfully good looking one that gets out and moves right. But man, you get at the 3/4 view or the rear view of that one, he's all there. He's wide through his chest, he's big ribbed, plenty of shape and plenty of width all the way through. That was just square made, coming out of his blade all the way down his top. It's big ended when you step in behind him. At times he wants to get a little lazy like some do, and his loin doesn't appear to hook in as good from the side view as I think it really does. That one's big and edgy in his loin, got a big old hip, an awfully nice one to lead off. This one that comes in second, he was one of my favorites when he came in as well. I think that one's extension, look, and balance from the side view is tremendous. Is he as thick and powerful as the one that comes out ahead of him? No. And with that kind of look he's got, if he was as opened up as our class winner, I think that's one you certainly could justify moving to the top, because underline quality is tremendous, top line straightness and correctness is good in that one. Just bulk him up a little bit and make him more like our class winner. You could certainly flip-flop that pair. One that comes in third, young man's done a great job of feeding on this one. He's tall-shouldered. He's one that handles as good as any of them just in terms of his shape through his rack and through his loin. He's not as big from his hooks to his pins as those two ahead, and then he's one that's just a little shorter, a little more bunched up about his neck when we get him in motion. As I said, young man does a great job of getting him stuck, and he certainly appears to be a tall-fronted one. Just make him a little more extended, square him just a little bit right there from behind. Unfortunately, the young man here that comes in four's got one that's got a little hitch in his get-along today. He's not getting out and going quite as good as he should off his right rear. But, man, that's a good handling sheep. He's been fed right. He balances up and looks the part from the side view. Plenty of muscle shape. Is he as tricky, shallow-fronted as a couple of them? Probably not. But just a good, complete, well-balanced one that I wish was a little sounder today. I'd like to see how he'd perform and if we could move him up if he was 100%. One that comes in 5, man, that one's as stout as any of them when you talk about foot size, forearm size, and just muscularity from front to rear. Unfortunately, today you ran into some that were just taller and more extended and a little more shallow through their chest. If we could do those things to him, certainly another one I think you could do some different things with because of how powerful he is and how good he handles. So a great top 5, good class. Please give him a hand if you would.
In the ring at this time, we are ready to select your champion and reserve champion, Oxford Market Lamb. From Class 10, your first place exhibitor, Addison Winger, Benton County. From Class 11, first place, Jake Jordan, Hancock County. And from Class 12, your first place exhibitor, Madeline Crouch of Lawrence County. Second place exhibitors, Class 10, Alexis Bratton, Delaware County. From Class 11, your second place exhibitor, Drew Blades of Montgomery County. And from Class 12, second place, Holly Howard of Allen County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors. Results of Class 13. Class 13 Shropshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Second place exhibitor, Maddox Thompson. Third, Owen Grinstead. Fourth, Carson Hoon. Fifth place exhibitor, Clausen Bennett. Sixth, McCoy Van Hook. Seventh place exhibitor Stella Rule. Eighth, Mark Avery Garrison. Ninth place exhibitor Bailey Moore. 10th, Bryson Myers. Other exhibitors in the class include Landry Krieger, Brock Kessler, Ellie Anderson, Lucas Wilson, Henley Bontrager, and Bailey Buzzard. Once again, congratulations to those Class 13 Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a great Oxford show, and I think six individuals out here that represent that classification extremely well. Again, not identical in their type and kind from class to class, but I think just good sheep that put a lot of good pieces together, and that's what brings them back out here. There's some different ways I think you could go, and one thing I normally bring up earlier in the show that I'm bringing up right now is size is irrelevant to me throughout the day in terms of weight. I mean, we've got a lightweight sheep here that's built like a big sheep. He's just smaller. He doesn't weigh as much. That's okay. We've got a big one down here that's not too framey. He's built right. He's got the right kind of thickness. That's okay too. I try to pick them from lightweights to heavyweights that are similar in their build, similar in their frame size, and I'm happy with any weight that comes in here and just screams at me and tells me, hey, I'm the highest quality one. You've got to pick me. So with that said, I think you could go any way in this particular set of class winners and name a champion and justify it. For me, there's one that hit me pretty hard in this particular class of just being stout and opened up and having that extra shape. I'll go show you which one that is, and then we'll reevaluate just a little bit for reserve. But if you would, not just for the six back out here, but all of our Oxford exhibitors, please give them a big round of applause. Certainly a fun breed classification to sort through.
And your champion, Oxford Market Lamb from Class 11. Congratulations, Jake Jordan. Reserve champion, Oxford Market Lamb from Class 12. Congratulations, Madeline Crouch. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our Oxford Market Lamb exhibitors. We are ready for Class 14. Class 14 Shropshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 128 to 134. Class 14 in the ring. Once again, Shropshire exhibitors, we need those Class 15, Shropshire Market Lambs, ringside and ready. Once again, those of you around ringside, you might have noticed our ladies in black. Those ladies are part of Lindsay Hanowich Photography. Lindsay Hanowich is your State Fair official photographer. They have staff in all the barns to capture those special show ring moments or that perfect backdrop photo. To view and or purchase those photos, go to lindsayhanowichphotography.com. Once again, lindsayhanowichphotography.com.
Nice class of these Shropshire sheep. And again, you know, some variation in type and kind. I mean, you study our first place and our second place. Those sheep aren't anything alike, but I think both very high quality. And I know a lot of people that are watching online and watching around ringside are scratching their head and they're thinking, man, I didn't think that guy from Oklahoma would take that kind of muscle. Well, I don't have to have that much muscle. That guy's loaded up with it. But I think that's a sound, functional, square-made sheep. He gets out. He handles himself good in motion for all that he's got. I mean, that thing's flexible as an old barn cat. You get your hands on him, fresh to the touch, big and opened up down his top, big in his forerib. Where would I change him? I'd like to make his front end more like the young ladies in second. Man, that thing is awfully good to look at from the side view. But still, I think that's the most complete one. I think he's the most fault-free. That's why he's on top of the class. One that comes in second, sure, my speed, you know, from his hip forward. That one's underline quality is tremendous. His extension, his look up front's good. Again, one that gets out and moves extremely good. We need to power that one up just a little bit. He kind of takes that muscle to the other extreme and just doesn't flare from his pins to his hooks quite as big as what our class winner does, but an awfully nice sheep. The one that comes next, young man's done a great job of fitting on this one. Hard, fresh to the touch. He's got some muscle. I didn't think he kind of blended his pieces together quite as neatly as our top two. He's just a little slower, a little more sluggish when we get him in motion, and I think he carries just a little more depth from the point of his shoulder to his chest floor. Those are critical things of a very good sheep. That one's got lots of value, got a bright future ahead of him. A pair of nice ones come here in 4 and 5, and they're not as extreme in any area as some of these that come out ahead of them, just good functional kind of sheep. I thought this one that came in 4th touched just a little fresher and firmer. I thought his loin edge was a little bigger and fuller than the one that comes in 5s. I think we could change both of those in the way they hook up and transition from their loin into their hip, but still nice sheep. This one that rounds out our top 5, good in terms of his muscularity. Of our top 5, the softest in his handle, and again, one I'd change just a little bit in the way he transitions. Nice class. Please give him a hand.
Our next class will be Class 15. Class 15 Shropshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 136 to 163. Class 15 in the ring. Results of Class 14. Class 14, Shropshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Emma Thompson. Second place exhibitor, Riley McGee. Third, Thomas Thompson. Fourth place exhibitor, Levi Wecker. Fifth, Ashley Weeble. Sixth place exhibitor, Case Williams. Seventh, Isabella Spence. Eighth was Carly Stolf. Ninth, Alexa Bratton. 10th, Colin Downing. Other exhibitors include Kagan Ashley, Taylor Roberts, Allison Shear, and Jonathan Smith. Once again, congratulations to those Class 14 Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
good way to finalize our Shropshire division here. And young lady's sheep that wins the class, he got me from the get-go. I mean, when that one comes in the ring, I think his presence just grabs your attention and makes you really study on that one. And the more I do, the more I like him. Balance is off the charts. When we back off and look at him from this angle, you get up over the top of that one, just really dense in his muscle. It's big and square in his loin. He's got the advantage of being more correct out of his hip and rump than several of these sheep that stand below him. I thought just an awfully good one there to lead us off. Young man's done a tremendous job of getting this one ready that comes in second, and he does a great job of getting him shown as well. I think props up from the side view and his front two-thirds you have to appreciate. He's so shallow up front, and then his depth of body and depth of flank is the way I think we should like him. Chest width is okay in that one. I think we could pull him apart a little bit more like the one we've got there in first, but I'd change this one a little bit from his hip back, young man. He wants to get just a little bit rounder in his shape. He's not as big in his pin set as that good sheep that leads the class off. This one in third, he's kind of a knucklehead, and he's wanting to fight the young man. But when you get a good look at him, that one too balances up well. Chest floor is good in him. His depth of flank and progression from forerib to rear flank is really good. That one's got some shape and expression in his rack, and he's extremely big hipped. I think he needs to be freshened up just a little bit in his loin edge. I'd just like to see him get out and go with a little more authority in order to possibly move him up. A good stout one comes there in four. That one's as big-footed and big forearmed as any of them. Loads and loads of shape in him, a little softer in the way he handles in comparison to our top three. And then as you study him from the side view, not quite as good in the way he transitions down his top line, but that's a nice fourth-place sheep, young man. And then a really pretty profiling one rounds out our top five. I think when you just back off and study him from the side, that one's got to move his way up closer to the top in this big class. But when you step in behind him, he just needs to base himself wider. Need to see more center body and more mass in that one to move him up. Good class. Please give him a hand if you will.
Our next class will be Class 16. Class 16 Southdown market lambs. These lambs weigh 104 to 121. Class 16 in the ring. Results of Class 15. Class 15 Shropshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Maisie Stolting. Second place exhibitor, Bryce Hofing. Third, Jake Jordan. Fourth place exhibitor, Ben Hartzell. Fifth, Audrey Millett. Sixth place was Kaysen Shepard. Seventh, Brackney Fulford. Eighth place, Allie Briggs. Ninth, Carson Dice. 10th place was Andre Nyer. Other exhibitors in the class include Dylan Dorrell, Lillian Kreitcher, David McMillan, and Hadley Jackson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 15 Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
a really good way to get our Southdown show kicked off, and a pair of them up here at the top that are typical made kind of Southdowns, and I don't mean to say typical meaning plain. They're not. They're the ones that I think fit the breed representation just a little better, and their boxiness, their stoutness, the way they balance up from the side. And young lady's lamb that wins the class, he has the advantage over our second place sheep in just being smoother from front to rear. That thing is dead straight down his top. He's the one that when you get your hands on him, I think most would find the most impressive just in terms of his width and spread down his top. He's lean for this particular breed, gets out and goes well. That's an awfully nice one to lead off with. This one that comes in second, he caught my attention pretty early on as he came in the ring, because for a Southdown sheep, that one maintains a pretty shallow kind of chest and front end. He's got a little bit of brisket in comparison to our class winner, and I could clean that up a little and like him more. But man, I like how he's got his chest floor set up in him. Flank and body's good in that one. Tremendous in terms of his rack shape and muscularity. He's big from his hip back. I think change him just a little bit in the edges of his loin. He wants to get just a little bit rounder than our class winner. But again, being critical of a very nice one. This one, probably more of a modern day Indiana type Southdown here that comes in third. That dude is tall shouldered. He's extended, pretty to look at from the side view. And when we handle that one, even though he doesn't have as much shape and spread as our top two, he does have the advantage of being just firmer, fresher to the touch than our fourth and fifth place sheep. I think from the side view, even though I like his extension, his elevation, I need to put that one's chest floor up in him just a notch. I need to drop him just a little bit in his body and flank. But again, those are critical things said about an awfully nice sheep there that's got to be third. Young man's busted his tail here that ends up in fourth. He's worked hard the whole day. That thing kind of follows the pattern of our third place sheep. He's taller fronted, he's more extended. When we compare him to those ahead of him just on shape and width of muscle, kind of runs out of gas, especially from his loin into his hip and then from his hip back to his tail head. Just mass that one up a little bit, and he's one you could certainly justify moving up for how neat and good looking he is. And then another nice sheep rounds out our top five. Tall shouldered, he looks a lot like those two ahead of him. He's tall shouldered, he's long necked, he's straight down his top. He wants to close up a little bit at the ground, not quite as wide and round in his rib cage as some of those sheep ahead of him. Good class of Southdowns. Please give them a hand.
Our next class will be our champion and reserve champion Shropshire Market Lamb class. First place exhibitor from Class 13, Aubrey Rothenbuehler, Noble County. From Class 14, your first place exhibitor, Emma Thompson of Hamilton County. From Class 15, first place, Maisie Stoltling of Clay County. Second place exhibitor, Class 13, Maddock Thompson, Clinton County. From Class 14, your second place exhibitor, Riley McGee of Tippecanoe County. And from Class 15, second place was exhibited by Bryce Hofing of Hendricks County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors. Results of Class 16. Class 16, that's your first class of Southdown Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Kenley Hill. Second place exhibitor, Isa Freehoff. Third was Levi Recker. Fourth, Braxton Sedgwick. Fifth place, Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Sixth was Chloe Bills. 7, Clausen Bennett. Eighth place, Tatum Van Hook. Ninth, Jackson Norrock. 10th was Haley Nelson. Other exhibitors include Bren Ritter, Lydia Herr, Olivia Anderson, Riley Smith, Sophia Blanton, Nora Rule, Lakota Todd, and Wyatt Harshbarger. Once again, congratulations to those Class 16 Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors.
a very nice Shropshire drive, and again, set of sheep out here that aren't all cookie cutter. You know, you don't just step back and say, man, boom, 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 same type and kind, because they're not. But they're the ones in their classes that I thought had the most good. That's why they're back out here. I was pleased with all three of our classes. I thought they were deep. Lots of good quality, and again, you know, you've heard me say it a couple times today. I think there's different ways you could go out here and justify it. There's sheep that probably have a little more look and just a little more pleasing to step back and look at, and then there's sheep that certainly have the advantage of handling better and probably being okay in their look. So I think, again, lots of ways you could go. I'm going to go show you how I feel about them. If you would, not just for these 6, but for all of our Shropshire kids, please give them all a big hand. It's been a fun breed to sort through.
And your champion, Shropshire Market Lamb. Congratulations, Emma Thompson of Hamilton County. And your reserve champion, also from Class 14. Congratulations, Riley McGee, Tippecanoe County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our Shropshire Market Lamb exhibitors. In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 17. Class 17 Southdown Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 126 to 159. Class 17 Southdown Market Lambs in the ring, please.
Another good class of these Southdowns, and man, a hard class to line up. You talk about different types and kinds. I mean, we've got them from start to finish in this particular class, and you just got to weigh out the positives and pick them like you like them. I think the sheep that wins the class, even though he is not ideal in the way he comes from the point of his shoulder into his top line, I think that's the most complete one, and I think he offers the best balance. You step back and study our top two just in terms of underlying quality. I think he excels in that area. He's one that's a little leaner to the touch, and even though he's not as strong in his top line right behind his shoulder, he's got every bit as much rack shape as that young lady's second one. There we go. Second place sheep. Now the second place sheep is tall shouldered. He's freaky looking up front. I love that. Love that about him. He's big down his top. He's extremely good from his hip to his pin and how wide he is and how much muscle he shows from the rear view. He's a little bit tight-waisted, and by that I mean his rear flank doesn't match up with his fore flank as good when we get him out here on the profile view or when we get him in motion. I think he needs to be fresher in his loin. I think he needs to be dropped down in his flank. But again, a good sheep in his own right, totally different kind than the one I chose to lead off with. The one that comes in third, more traditional in his look, I guess, for this particular breed, just big and stout and bold. That one's got big feet. He balances up pretty well. When we handle him in comparison to our two sheep ahead, he's as lean as they are. He doesn't offer as much shape down his back. He's not as big from his hooks to his pins as our top pair. If we could change that about him, certainly one I could justify moving up because I love him from the profile view. Nice one there that has to be third. And then a really well-built one comes here in four. That one's shallow fronted. He's square at the ground. He offers some shape and some muscle down his top. Again, one of those I think we need to freshen him up a little bit. You can tell he's got just a little more wrinkle to his skin, especially over his loin edge. Hydrate that one and pick him up there just a notch, and then certainly you could do some things with him as well. Good built, sound moving one comes here in five. He's as square on his feet and legs as any of them. Really handles with some shape and some muscle. Of our top five, he's the one that's the softest in his condition. I'd like to tone him up and freshen him up just a notch, but again, a nice one to round out our top five. A good class of these heavyweights. Please give them a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 18. Class 18 Dorset Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 107 to 152. Class 18 Dorset Market Lambs in the ring, please. Results of Class 17 Southdown Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caden Dare. Second place exhibitor, Landry Krieger. Third, Chloe Tao Crook. Fourth place exhibitor, Brantley Platt. Fifth, Courtney Hockmeyer. Sixth place exhibitor, Isabella Thompson. Seventh, Hallie Scheller. Eighth place, Tate Gunning. Ninth, Aubrey Millett. 10th place exhibitor, Bryson Folan. Other exhibitors in the class include Colby Murphy, Kendall Kreitzer, Harpreet Antle, Carson Dice, Stella Rule, Brody Whitaker, Addison Conger, Miles Gardner, and Colton Kemp. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 17 Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, we talked earlier about how they don't have to be the biggest, they don't have to be the smallest, they can be anywhere in the lineup. And I would venture to guess this is probably the lighter weight lamb of the class, but for me, that's the highest quality one. That thing starts out good at the ground. He's big-footed, he's square, he balances up so good. And I guess for me, his biggest advantage over these two older, bigger sheep, he's just fresher and more muscular in the way he handles down his top. He's bigger in his pin set. You step in at the three-quarter view or get in behind that one, he's more pulled apart through his hip and through his stifle. I thought an awfully nice one to lead off with. Young man's got a good one here that comes in second, and that thing's tall-shouldered, extremely extended up front, straight and correct down his top line. I thought when we got him out here on the profile, plus when we put those two in motion, he's one that just maintains a little more depth up front. You know, if we could shallow that one up a notch, I think that would certainly be to his advantage. He doesn't have as much muscle when you study him from the rear either. I'm not saying he's a light muscle one. I'm not saying he's deep. I just don't think he matches up quite as uniquely as that young man's lightweight. That's an awfully good second place sheep there. One that comes in third, he's one that hit me pretty hard when he came in because he is so freaky looking up through his front end. He's got worlds of shape when we talk about muscle. He just doesn't put those pieces together quite as smooth or quite as neat as our top two. I'd like to smooth him up in his transitions down his top. Again, being critical of a very nice sheep. Another one of the lighter weight sheep comes here in four, and he's fresh to the touch. He's got plenty of muscle shape. I didn't think he got out and moved with quite as much flexibility as those three ahead of him. That's what puts him in four. Then the young lady's done a great job of showing our fifth place sheep. Again, elevation, extension is really good in that sheep. He's a little bit rounder in his shape over his loin. He's a little bit rounder coming out of his hip as we compare him to our top end. Good class. Please give them all a hand.
Our next class will be our Southdown champion and reserve champion drive. First place exhibitor from Class 16, Kinley Hill, Decatur County. From Class 17, your first place exhibitor, Caden Dare of Tipton County. Second place exhibitor, Class 16, Isla Freehoff of St. Joe County. And from Class 17, your second place exhibitor, Landry Krieger of Davies County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, four excellent representatives of our Southdown breed, and we've got a couple of lighter weight sheep out here that are surely stout and square and correct. We've got a couple of heavyweights that are bigger frame, more attractive kind of sheep perhaps. So two ways you could go and certainly be right either way. I think they all have the pieces and parts that could justify them to be a champion or a reserve. I'll show you the way I like them if you would, not just for the four kids we've got out here in our drive, but for all of our Southdown kids. Please give them a big hand if you will.
And your champion, Southdown Market Lamb from Class 16. Congratulations, Kinley Hill. Your reserve champion, also from Class 16. Congratulations, Isla Freehoff. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Southdown Market Lamb exhibitors. In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 19. Class 19, Horn Dorset Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 131 to 149. Class 19 in the ring. Results of Class 18. Class 18 Dorset Market Lambs. First place and your champion, Dorset Market Lamb. Congratulations, Maddox Thompson. Second place and your reserve champion, Caden Parks. Third place exhibitor, Caitlin Hockmeyer. Fourth was Lorena McMichael. Fifth place, Allison Dillon. Sixth, Case Williams. Seventh place exhibitor, Braylon Busher. Eighth, Madeline Crouch. Ninth was Adeline Slick. 10th place exhibitor, Carter Bills. Other exhibitors include Colin Downing, Lee Strangle, Ashley Weeble, Nadia Lech, Brantley Ryder, Aubrey Johnson, and John Wilkinson. Once again, congratulations to those Dorset Market Lamb exhibitors.
Good trio of sheep here in our Horn Dorset class, and for me, one that comes to the class and wins pretty handily here in this young man's class winner, just balances so well from the side view, and I think when you compare him from about any angle with our second and third places, just stouter and more opened up. That's a big-footed one that still balances pretty well for how much muscle he has. He's got more shape and more tone and just a little more show ring look than our second place sheep. Sheep in second certainly has the advantage of being a little framier than our class winner. He's tall-shouldered, he's extended up front. Need to square that one up a little bit down his top, especially from his hip back to his tail head, to make him a little more competitive with our class winner. And then another bigger sheep rounds out our class. He's tall-shouldered, he's got some extension, some look up front. Again, one that's just a little rounder in his shape. Like to square that one up in his loin edge, correct him from his hooks back to his pins to possibly move him up today. But a good class of Horn Dorsets, please give him a hand.
Results of Class 19. Class 19, your Horn Dorset Market Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, your champion, Horn Dorset. Congratulations, Brody Silverthorne. Second place, and your reserve champion, Horn Dorset Market Lamb, Jana Altoff. And third place was John Altoff. Once again, congratulations to those Horn Dorset Market Lamb exhibitors. I believe we are ready for Class 20. Class 20 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 102 to 120. 102 to 120. Class 20 Hampshire Market Lambs in the ring, please.
Well, a nice class of sheep, and you probably noticed I didn't pull any up. There was just good ones strung out through there from start to finish, and I thought maybe this will be just as quick doing it this way. I don't know if it was or not, but I feel we got the best one surfaced to the top. And once again, there's some differences, and I know people outside the ring have their opinions, and you had your favorites, and some of them probably aren't still out here. That's okay. I can deal with that. I'm going to try to do the best to explain to you how I see them, and hopefully whether you agree or not, you understand where I'm coming from. That one that leads the class off, for me, that's one I think you can use the word elite on. I don't use that term a lot, but that thing, man, is so good looking from the side. I mean, he's shallow where he needs to be. He deepens up in his body and flank. You study him from the rear view and the three-quarter. He just progressively gets wider as we work our way back. I thought when we got him out and put him in motion, he stayed as fluid and functional as any of them. He wants to get a little bit straight at times and kind of lock his hind leg when we get into him a little too hard. But, man, I think that's an awfully good sheep. This one that comes in second, he worked his way quite a ways up the line, and that's due to the way this sheep handles. I mean, I don't think you can find one out here that you will enjoy feeling of any more than that one. He's big racked, he's bigger loined, he's bigger hip, and he's big at his pin set. I don't think he balances up as neat as our class winner, and that's where I'd change him. He wants to be a little bit longer about his blade, just not quite as nifty looking from the side view, but that's an awfully good sheep that's got some dense muscle. He's got the right kind of condition on him. Young man's done a great job with him. This one that comes in third, he was initially one of my favorites, young lady, and I hate to have to do that to you when you were up there so close so long. That sheep's got lots of value in him as well. He's tall-shouldered. He's really extended, neat to look at, big feet, big forearm. Underlying quality's good in that one. He's just a little piece here in the way he transitions down his top, and he's one of those that when we get him in motion and also when she gets him stuck, wants to get just a little bit straighter from his hip to his hock, and I think that's due to his rump being just a notch shorter perhaps than a couple of these others, but that's a nice one. A really immature sheep comes here in 4, and that thing, in my opinion, won't do anything but get better the longer we keep him on feed and show him into fall or spring or wherever he ends up. But that thing is deadly to look at from the side view. He wants to close up just a little bit in his forerib in comparison to some of these, maybe not quite there and mature enough in his loin, but deadly looking, gets out and moves well. That's an awfully nice sheep. And then young man that ends up in 5's got one that handles extremely good. He's big racked, he's big loined, he's fresh to the touch, got big old paws on him. From the side view, I need to balance that one a little better. He's one of the deeper ones about his chest and shoulder. Maybe doesn't tie in from his loin into his hip quite as uniquely as some of the others. But a good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 21. Class 21 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 121 to 130. Class 21 in the ring, please. Results of Class 20. Class 20, first place, and congratulations, Caroline Sullivan. Second place exhibitor, Ryder Lambright. Third, Bryn Lordy. Fourth place exhibitor, Claire Payton. Fifth, Maddox Thompson. Sixth place is Isla Freehoff. Seventh, Holly Howard. Eighth place exhibitor, Araya Nair. Ninth, Thomas Hogan. 10th place exhibitor was Jackson Ritter. Other exhibitors in the class include Braxton Sedgwick, Piper Humphrey, Landry Krieger, Paisley Geesley, Lindsay Peterson, Nora Holowitzki, Allison Shear, and Emma Ball. Once again, congratulations to those Class 20 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors. Class 22 Hampshire Market Lambs.
another really salty class of these Hampshire sheep. And, you know, once again, some differences in type and kind, but I think all of them very good in their own right. They all offer some unique pieces that gets them up here in the top 5. This one that leads us off, I think that's the most athletic one when we get him in motion. You know, that dude keeps his front end up. He keeps his top line right. His chest floor's up in him good in motion, and when the young man gets him stuck. And then I think when you really analyze these top 5 on muscle, that's the one that's the most opened up down his top. He's got a big old fresh square loin, a big hip. He's big going away from you. I think a very nice one to lead off with. The one that comes in second, man, that was initially one of my favorites and still is. That's an awfully good sheep. He's stout at the ground. He's got a big forearm. Underline progression's good. Muscle shape's good in that one. We get him out and ask him to go, and even when we get him set up, he's just a little lower at the point of his shoulder. He's a little softer in the way he touches over his ribs today as we compare him to that good class winner. But that's an awfully nice sheep, young lady. Done a great job. You need to be proud of that one. Young man that comes in third's got a really good one as well. Now, that's a little different type and kind even than both of those two that stood above him. Maybe doesn't wow you really in any one spot, but he doesn't disappoint you a whole lot either. That's just a pretty basic, good, complete kind of sheep. The foundation's good as far as feet and legs. Rib shape's good in that one. He's got plenty of muscle shape. Is he as expressive as our top 2? I would say no. I think we need to crease that one up just a little more through his rack and through his loin to make a run at our top pair, but that's a very valuable sheep there to be third. A little bigger scale, bigger outline sheep comes there next, and I like that one a lot from the profile view. Feet and leg angles are good on him. He gets out and goes good. Just a little softer in his top line from the side view. Not quite as much shape in that sheep as those 3 ahead. Same things can be said about this one that comes next. He's a big, tall fronted sheep that's good to look at. He's got a monster rack in him, but when you get past that rack, he kind of plays out in his muscle. He doesn't transition quite as neatly from his loin into his hip as our top 4. Good class. Please give him a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 22. Class 22 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 131 to 136. Class 22 Hampshire Market Lambs in the ring. Results of Class 21. Class 21 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Caden Dare. Second place exhibitor, Annika Hamilton. Third, Andrea Nyer. Fourth place exhibitor, Sophie Tressler. Fifth, Landon Gaines. Sixth place, Reagan Clark. 7, Colton Frederick. Eighth place, Morgan Tallman. Ninth, Dylan Achenbach. 10th place exhibitor, Kendall Kreischer. Other exhibitors in the class include Kaylin Myers, Abby Hannon, Lucas Wilson, Riley Sweden, Carly Naylor, and Ty Ashwell. Once again, congratulations to those Class 21 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, they told me that the Indiana State Fair was a tough one, and man, this class was, in my opinion, the deepest one we've seen all day. We've had good sheep in every class, but man, there was a lot of good ones in here I had to let go. And I know that's not easy on the kids. They don't take that well sometimes, and it's not easy on the guy that has to do it, because you don't want to pick a sheep that might win a class in some situations where there wasn't as many good ones and have to let him go in 10th place. But it is what it is, and we got to line them up the best we can. I think an awesome top 5 out here, and there's some differences, and I wouldn't blame you if you like some of them better than I do, because I think they've all got some really good parts and pieces. The one that starts us, to me, that's my kind. Man, props up and looks like $1 million from the side. That dude is straight and correct in his lines. His underline's good. Feet and legs are good. He handles as good as anything in just terms of being fresh and firm in his condition, muscular in his shape. I like that one a great deal, and thought he kind of surfaced to the top. Not easily, but he gets there for me, and the way I line them up, the place I put my priorities. This one that comes in second, young man, that's a good sheep as well. No slouch at all. He's out there on his feet and legs as far as being on the corners without going too far. He balances up good. I thought when we got him on the profile view, he didn't mesh together down his top quite as neatly as our class winner. I don't think he's as long from his hip back to his pin set. I don't think he's got quite as much shape and muscle, but that's a very good one in a very tough class to be second. Young lady that gets parked in third's got one that looks extremely good from the side view. That thing balances up good. He's got a big forearm. He's got big feet. Handles expressive down his top. You study him from his hip back to his pins, and from there down, I don't think he's as pulled apart as our top 2. I'd like to change that one a little bit when we get him out and get him in motion. I don't think he stays quite as square and quite as true on his rear 2 or in his hock as our top pair. But once again, awesome sheep that has to go third. The lamb that comes in 4, he's one that hit me pretty hard when he came in, and I know the young man's probably disappointed. You don't bring one like that to Indy and think you're going to be 4th. Very good looking sheep that handles good. Again, one of those, I think we could change him a little bit on his feet and legs. Whenever we get him out and get him in motion, he stays a little bit straighter on his rear 2. He doesn't stay as square and correct in his hock as some of those ahead. And then a really pretty one comes there in 5. Another one I know the young lady doesn't want to be in 5th. With a good sheep like that, that's just where he ends up. Good looking when she gets him propped up. When you handle that one down his top, his rack's big, his loin doesn't match his hip or his rack quite as good. And then I think we need to change that one just a little bit right there around his tail head. Those are picky things on a very good sheep. Please congratulate all of our kids in this class.
Our next class will be Class 23. Class 23 Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 137 to 143. Class 23 in the ring. Results of Class 22. Class 22 Hampshire Market Lambs, first place, and congratulations, Kendrick Herr. Second place exhibitor Matt Minnick. Third, Kinley Hill. Fourth place was exhibitor Jacob Thompson. Fifth, Gentry Bouse. Sixth place exhibitor Caden Johnson. 7, Jack Hasselbach. Eighth place was Lena May. Ninth, Mabry Sutton. 10th, Allison Dillon. Other exhibitors include Adeline Slick, Madison Cunning, Zane Faulkner, Kylie Pass, Haley Scheller, Blair Mrozinski, Colby Murphy, Bryson Myers, Henley Bontrager, and Keegan Ashley. Once again, congratulations to those Class 22 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Maybe not as deep as our last class, just in sheer numbers of good ones, but man, quality up here at the top end's every bit as good. Again, just different types and kinds, and where you lay your priorities depends on how you place them. This is how I see them. This one that wins the class, I mean, that's a sheep that's hard to get around in my opinion. He's just so stout at the ground. He's so square made in terms of his feet and legs, and at times he doesn't want to go quite as good as he is right now, but hey, when you got him like that, that's a class winner in my book. He's tall fronted, balance is tremendous, he's level, he's square, he's thick, he handles fresh and firm. That's an awfully good one. One that comes in second, certainly no slouch. Young lady's worked her tail off out here getting that one shown. She does a great job. Tall fronted, extended neck, big rack. When you step back and study him from the side view, his rack is so big it kind of overshadows his loin and hip, but he's big and square in his loin edge. I'd change him a little bit right there around his tail head and make him more like our class winner, you know, to get picky on one, but that's an awfully good one there that I feel needs to be second. This one that comes in third, man, there's times he gives you the look that he's got to be the one. He's so tall fronted, he's so shallow for a big sheep. His progression of depth underneath is off the charts. He closes up a little bit in his forerib. He's got big shape down his top. He's not as round in his rib cage. He's not as square and correct on his rear toes or his hocks as either of those top two. Really pretty one comes here next. That's the big outline sheep that's tall shouldered, really good to look at. He just narrows up a little bit at the ground. He's not as pulled apart through his chest. Doesn't have nearly as much shape and thickness. And then a nice sheep here rounds out our top five. Big footed, big forearm, stout kind of lamb. From the side view, that one wants to be just a little bit deeper up front. He doesn't blend from the point of his shoulder into his rack quite as straight or quite as boldly as those ahead of him, but an awfully nice fifth place sheep. Please give them all a hand in this class.
Our next class will be Class 24. Class 24. These lambs weigh 144 to 165. Class 24, Hampshire Market Lambs in the ring. Results of Hampshire Market Lamb Class 23. Class 23, first place, and congratulations, Hadley Parker. Second place exhibitor, Gabrielle Rout. Third was Chloe Tao Crook. Fourth place exhibitor, Alette Nyer. Fifth, Catherine Griffiths. Sixth place, Blair, I'll get it right here in a minute, Briar Buckland. Eighth place was Lila Kephart. Ninth, Olivia Conger. 10th, Kayla McCain. Other exhibitors include Dana V. Scheller, Caden Gutwine, Cash Holmes, Ellie Seeley, Logan Fowler, Tyler Robards, and Dana Gardner. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 23 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Another really good top end out here in our heavyweight class of Hamps. And again, you know, some differences in type and kind. I would argue with you for a long time if you didn't think this one that wins the class was the best one out here. I think he's just a combination of all the parts some of these others put together. The right frame size, the right kind of width and stoutness at the ground. He's got a big old round rib cage in him, and then he's good touching for, I don't know where we're at weight-wise, but he handles good, he's fresh, he stayed youthful enough through his front 1/3, and then he's got a big old back in him. Transition's really smooth. That's an awfully nice one to lead off with. One in second, man, he is so unique in his look from the side, and I love that about him. That thing's got some daylight under him. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. Feet and legs are on point on that one. You know, comparatively to our class winner, I think we could change him and smooth him up just a little bit down his top, and that's being critical of a very nice one. I don't think he's quite, even though he's tall-shouldered, I don't think he's quite as extended in terms of neck length and look up front as that class winner. But, man, that's an awfully nice second-place heavyweight Hampshire. The one that comes in third, stout, big chest, big rib cage. He's got big muscles. We need to smooth that one up a little bit down his top as well. He's big racked. He's big hipped. I don't think his loin matches up with either side of it. And then when you just step back and look at the big picture, I think from hooks to pins, we could lengthen that one out, make him go just a notch better. But again, awfully good sheep to have to pick on out here and stand in third. The one that comes in four, really good looking from the side. That one's picture perfect in terms of just backing off and looking at him. Whenever we get up over the top of that one, he's just a little bit narrower. He's not as bold through his chest. He's not as big ribbed. Doesn't have nearly as much muscle as some of those ahead of him. The one that comes next does have a little more shape, and I like that. He's big racked. He's big hipped. He's got a big stifle. Again, one that needs to be changed just a little bit from his loin into his hip, and then he's the roundest coming out of his hooks to his pins of our top five. A good class. Please give him a hand.
Our next class will be Class 25. Class 25 Suffolk Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 125 to 150. Class 25 in the ring. Results of Class 24 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Brantley Platt. Second place exhibitor Landon Bewley. Third, Thomas Thompson. Fourth place was Quentin Dare. Fifth, Colton Kephart. Sixth place exhibitor Caleb Freed. Seventh, Jonathan McMillan. Eighth place was Aniston Kaiser. Ninth, Hadley Jackson. 10th place exhibitor was Hadley Hill. Other exhibitors in the class include Dexter Dorrell, McCabe Sparenberg, Reed Hoover, Christian Stockberger, Olivia Anderson, and Jonathan Smith. Once again, congratulations to those Class 24 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a nice set of Suffolk sheep and four in here that certainly could have stood some competition out here in this drive. I think all four of them have some unique pieces you have to appreciate. For me, the one that just kind of blends everything together, puts it in one package, is the young lady's sheep that leads off the class. I think when we get those in motion, he's the one that just maintains the most correctness and straightness of lines. I think he's more correct from his hip back to his tail head than his sheep in second. He's big pinned, he's got plenty of muscle, he's fresh to the touch. I thought an awfully nice one to lead off. This one, it comes in second. He's got some freaky, unique pieces, and if you like him better, I wouldn't argue with you a whole lot because there's more sheep there. He is bigger racked, he's bigger hipped, he's got more muscle down low. I didn't think he blended together from his loin into his hip as good. I didn't think his tail head was quite as neat as the one that comes ahead of him. And then when we put those two in motion, I thought our class winner was a little more flexible on his rear too than the really good reserve champion. Blue sheep here that comes in third place kind of overpowers our fourth place sheep in just terms of width and muscle. He's stouter at the ground. That one from the profile view, we need to change his underline, make him more like those two ahead of him, make him a little more extended coming out of his neck. And then the young man that comes in the fourth place hole, he's got the one that is taller fronted. He is a little longer necked. That one wants to close up a little bit when we get right in behind him. Just wish we could power him up and stouten him up just a notch like those others. Good class. Please give the Suffolk exhibitors a hand.
We are ready for your champion and reserve champion Hampshire Drive. From Class 20, your first place exhibitor, Caroline Sullivan, Hancock County. From Class 21, Caden Dare of Tipton County. Class 22, first place exhibitor, Kedrick Herr, Wayne County. From Class 23, your first place exhibitor, Hadley Parker of Noble County. And from Class 24, your first place exhibitor, Brantley Platt of Hendricks County. Second place exhibitors, Class 20, Ryder Lambright, LaGrange County. From Class 21, second place, Annika Hamilton of Henry County. Class 22, Matt Minnick of Cass County. From Class 23, second place, Gabrielle Rout of Clinton County. And from Class 24, your second place exhibitor, Landon Bewley of Kosciuszko County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed my honor to introduce Dr. Brett Marsh Brett was a veterinarian, state veterinarian here in Indiana for a lot of years. He is now the Dean of Veterinarian College at Purdue University, and I know there are several inspiring veterinarians right here around us. So please welcome Mr. Brett Marsh.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be here today. It's great to see these young people with their exhibits, and I know it doesn't start here at the State Fair. It starts at home with family and friends working with these exhibits to be ready for the Indiana State Fair. At the College of Veterinary Medicine at Purdue, we're doing all we can to provide more veterinarians to Indiana citizens. This fall's class has 84 students in it. 53 of those students are coming from Indiana. So we're glad to have more coming from Indiana to come to your rural areas to provide veterinary services. My thanks to everyone here at the Indiana State Fair. Keep up the great work. We'll do all we can. And if you have an interest in veterinary medicine, and I know some of you do, please come see me at the College of Veterinary Medicine at Purdue, if not on any day, but particularly in the spring during Spring Fest when we have an open house. Come and see us. Thanks, and have a great fair.
Thanks again. Dr. Brett Marsh, we appreciate you stopping by and visiting with us. And give you the results of our Suffolk Market Lamb class, Class 25. Class 25, first place and your champion, Suffolk Market Lamb. Congratulations, Riley Smith. Second place and your reserve champion, Tatum Van Hook. Third place exhibitor, Colin Downing. And fourth was Caden Parks. Once again, congratulations to those Class 25 Suffolk Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a very fun breed to sort through today has been these Hampshires. I think each and every one of the 5 classes was especially deep. Lots of good sheep had to go back to their pens, and you know, as I said there in a class or two, that's hard on me. I don't like sending anybody out when they've got a sheep that is so good. But these classes are deep, and somebody's got to make the call, and it's got to happen. So that's how we land on these 10 we've got back out here. But again, you know, not all exactly the same, but I think we're in a little more of a pattern within this breed of just unique sheep that have the right kind of front 1/3. They've got width, they've got bone, they've got stoutness, they've got muscle, they've got the right kind of touch. So like I've said in a couple of those other breeds, I think you could go out here and do some different things and justify it and not be wrong, because always remember, livestock judging is one person's opinion on one given day. I can make a case for any one of these in this front line to be your champion because I think they're all so unique and so good. I'm going to go out and show you which one I like the best. We'll evaluate just a little bit more for a reserve champion, but if you would, please put your hands together. Congratulate all of our Hampshire exhibitors today.
From Class 24, your champion, Hampshire Market Lamb, congratulations, Brantley Platt of Hendricks County. Get Landon Bewley to move into the front row. And your reserve champion from Class 22, congratulations, Kendrick Herr, Wayne County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors. At this time, we are ready for Class 26. Class 26 Katahdin Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 109 to 122. Katahdin Market Lambs in the ring, please.
Not many numbers in our Katahdins, but I think some nice sheep out here and some quality. The one that leads us off just has a little more show ring look. That one gets out here and props up just a little neater through his front 1/3. He blends together in his top line a notch better. I think when you handle him down his top, just more condition, more thickness, more shape of muscling. The brown colored wether we've got here in second, man, that thing's got a big old loin in him. I like that when I get my hands on him. He's lean to the touch. Doesn't blend together quite as neatly coming out of the point of his shoulder into his rack. Probably not quite as opened up and stout as the young ladies champion. And then a big bodied one comes here in third. He's got some depth of body. He's got some extension up front. That one just plays out a little bit when you handle him. He's a little bit sharper down his top, not nearly as much muscle over his loin or back through his hip as our top two. Good class. Please give him a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 27. Class 27, this is a Lincoln Market Lamb. This lamb weighs 103 pounds. Class 27 in the ring. Results of Class 26. Class 26, your Katahdin Market Lamb class. First place, and congratulations, Eva Beckner. Second place exhibitor, Brackney Fulford. Third place was Brock Kessler. Once again, congratulations to those Katahdin Market Lamb exhibitors.
Nice single entry here in our Lincoln class. The young man's done a great job of presenting this one. He's done a great job of getting her fed. She's got some condition on her, which allows her to handle with some shape, some thickness down her top, especially there through her loin edge. You know, to be picky on her, I think we could change her a little bit from the profile, maybe clean her up just a little bit up front. But a nice one here to win her class in this particular breed. If you would, please give him a hand.
Results of your Class 27 Lincoln Market Lamb class. First place and your champion, Lincoln Market Lamb. Congratulations, Caleb Klein. All right, we are ready to get underway with our Dorper Market Lamb show. Please bring in those Class 28 Dorper Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 86 to 107. Class 28 in the ring.
a nice set of these lightweight Dorpers, and lots of variation in this class. I'm sure there's people that have favorites that went out the ring. I'm sure there's lots of things you could do and switch them up to your liking. I thought these three actually that surfaced to the top of the class were the best balanced. I think the two up here at the top just have more width, have more power than that really pretty ewe lamb that lands in third. But these two guys, man, they're stout in their makeup. They're big and opened up in their bodies, loads of muscle in them. I thought the sheep that led us off was just a little boxier in his look. I think by being that way, it enables him to be a little rounder in his body shape. I think he has a little more width and expansion down his top. Certainly bigger from his hooks back to his pins as we compare him to the white one here in second. The white one in second, a little bit racier looking from the side in terms of his tightness of rib, his length and extension up front, and that one handles really fresh, really firm in his shape. Not as big from his hooks to his pins, maybe not quite as wide and square in the way he gets out and tracks as we compare him to our class winner. Really fancy looking ewe comes there in third, and she's probably more suitable for a breeding ring, just in my opinion, because she's so elegant, so good looking from the side, and that's something that's hard to do in this particular classification of sheep, is keep them straight enough in their lines and keep them balanced. She does those things exceptionally well. Just in this particular class, I'd like to power that one up, especially from her hip back, just see more explosion of muscle in her. The really heavy muscle ones come there in 4 and 5, and man, if you're into muscle, you're going to put these closer to the top than I did. I thought balance was a little bit off on her fourth place sheep. I'd like to change him a little bit in his top line, freshen him up in his edges. The ewe lamb that rounds out our top 5, she's certainly got some width and some power, carrying quite a bit more condition than those ahead of her today. But a good class. Please give them all a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 29. Class 29 Dorper Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 110 to 144. Class 29 in the ring. Results of Class 28. Class 28 Dorper Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Owen Grinstead. Second place exhibitor, Tate Cunning. Third, Riley Smith. Fourth place exhibitor, Zeta Hofing. Fifth was Grace Shiner. Sixth place exhibitor Emmylou Reinhardt. Seventh was Bryn Reinhardt. Eighth, Avery Stein. And ninth was Miles Gardner. Once again, congratulations to those Class 28 Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors.
Nice set of these heavyweights to sort through, and lots of good sheep out here. All 5 of these things are just great in terms of just stoutness of muscle, shape of muscle. The sheep I chose to lead off with, he does that in just a little leaner package, and some of them below him, I think he's a little square made coming out of his hip. Not the easiest one to show, but man, that thing is, he's got a good underline in him for this particular breed. Stout through his chest, he's good through his center body, and as I said, plenty of lean shape and muscularity in that one. One that comes in second, I thought was second best in just regards of putting a lot of good pieces together. He too comes out of his blade with a big old rack. He's big from his hip back. I think we could change him a little bit in his loin edge, in my opinion, to maybe rally that class win just a little harder, but that one's got some balance. Young lady does a great job of getting him stuck. One that comes in third, another one that's expressive in his muscle. Of our top 3, I thought he was the one that was just a little softer in his condition over his ribs, maybe not quite as stout in his foot size and bone work as our top 2, but balance is on point. Young lady again does a great job of getting that one stuck. Nice thick one comes here next. It's got a little more elevation up front. I like that about him. From the side view, I think we need to blend him from the point of his shoulder into his top line, just a little straighter and a little more correct. And then another one that's just a little bit softer in the way he touches compared to some of those ahead of him. A nice one comes here in 5. Again, tall-shouldered, long neck, good-looking one. Whenever we got him out and got him in motion, he wanted to get outside himself just a little bit in the way he handled his rear too. Good class. Please give him a hand.
We're going to take a pause for the cause. We'll be back in 2 and 2. Now we are ready for those Class 30 natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 92 to 121 pounds. Class 30 in the ring. Results of Class 29 Dorper Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Mark Garrettson. Second place exhibitor, Allison Dillon. Third, Stella Rule. Fourth place, Hunter Thompson. Fifth, Ada Van Meter. Sixth place exhibitor, Jackson Norrock. Seventh, Lee Kreischer. Eighth place was Kaylin Myers. Ninth, Ashton Allman. 10th, Jax Hockenberry. Other exhibitors include Breland Beatty and Hadley Ritz. Once again, congratulations to those Class 29 Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors.
Good set of these lightweight colored naturals, and as most would expect, there's just a lot of variation in size, type, condition, muscularity, lots of different ways you could go, different things you could do. The one that wins the class, to me, does so pretty easily. I think that one just certainly the picture of profile and balance from the side view. You know, he's got big woolly legs, but he's got some bone and some foot size. He's got some forearm in him. That one is way more shapely and way squarer down his top than the remainder of the class. I thought an easy place to start. The one that's most like him is the one in second, one that balances good from the side. His chest is tucked up in him. Feet and legs on that one are good. He's a little bumpy in his top line from the side view. I'd like to smooth him up more like that when it goes out in front, change him just a little bit from his hip back to his tail head. But man, you talk about one that's got some density, some freshness about him. He covers those bases. One that comes in third, young man's doing a great job with that one. He is extra tall fronted and extended, gives you a good look from the side. I like that about him. He's not as good in his loin edge today. He's not as fresh in his skin texture. Wants to roll and be just a little bit shorter about his hip and rump as we compare him to our top two, but a good profile and up-fronted one. The most moderate one probably of the class comes next. That little guy's stout. He's got loads of muscle shape. He's got big old feet. Need to change him in the way he gets around off his rear too. Like to change him just a little bit up front as well. Then another nice lamb rounds out our top five. Plenty of muscle in that when he's big and square coming out of his hip. Need to transition him just a little bit differently, and when we get him in motion, wants to drop his chest and his shoulder just a little bit. Nice top five, good class throughout. Please give him a hand.
We are ready to select your champion and reserve champion Dorper Market Lamb. From Class 28, your first place exhibitor, Owen Grinstead, Boone County. From Class 29, your first place exhibitor, Mark Garrettson of Knox County. Second place exhibitor, Class 28, Tate Gunning, Madison County. And from Class 29, your second place exhibitor, Allison Dillett of Grant County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate our Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors.
A nice Dorper show today, and I think 4 good representations of this particular breed classification out here. Just some good ones that have some muscularity, some soundness of structure, some balance. There's a couple different ways you could go. I think we've got one that's heavier muscled, a little leaner to the touch, a little denser, but maybe not quite as well balanced from the side. And then you've got one that's certainly big rib, big bodied, neater to look at through his front 1/3, and certainly thick enough. Maybe got a little more condition on him than he needs. So I think a kind of a coin toss out here between which one should win. I'll go show you the way I see it. If you would, please put your hands together. Congratulate all the kids that came out of this particular breed division.
And your champion from Class 28, congratulations, Owen Grinstead. Your reserve champion from Class 29, congratulations, Mark Garrettson. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Dorper Market Lamb exhibitors. I believe we are ready for those Class 31 natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 122 to 128. Class 31 in the ring. Results of Class 30 natural colored market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Hadley Parker. Second place exhibitor, Ellie Tompkins. Third, Jake Jordan. Fourth place exhibitor, Carson Hoon. Fifth was Avery Stein. Sixth place exhibitor, Bristol Lordy. Seventh, Johnny Ann McDonald. Eighth place exhibitor, Riley Sweden. Ninth was Clausen Bennett. 10th was Kirsten Haynes. Other exhibitors in the class include Lucas Wilson, Hayden Stevens, Keegan Spray, Braxton Sweden, Cooper Mathers, and Jonathan McMillan. Once again, congratulations to those Class 30 natural colored market lamb exhibitors.
really good class of these blue sheep, and this is one of those classes where I feel like a guy earns his money judging them because they're so good, they're so deep. We sent out a bunch of good sheep, and I think all 5 of these are really good. They're different. I wouldn't argue a whole lot with you if you want to do them, line them up a little bit differently, because I know you could and you could justify it. The one that hits me the hardest is the young man's here that wins the class. I think he's the most fault-free of the group. Now, is he perfect everywhere? Definitely not. I think we could make him a little bit shallower up front, more like these 2 that stand right here below him. But I think you get past that, he's the one that's just got more positives. He's got more to him. He's bigger and more opened up in his rib cage. He's bigger down his back. You step in behind him, he's bigger hip, he's bigger muscled, he's got big old paws, he gets around the ring good. Change him just a little bit right there in the front and make him more ideal. But for me, that's an awfully good sheep. This young lady that comes in second does have that neater chest floor about him, and I like that, man. He's up fronted. She does a great job of getting him stuck. Feet and legs are on the corners. He moves good. He handles good. He's fresh. He's not as big-ended when we step right in behind him, being critical of an awfully good when it needs to be second, in my opinion, today. Sheep that comes in third, giving the young lady some troubles. That's a good sheep, and he's unique in a lot of ways. And if you prefer that one, again, I wouldn't argue with you a whole lot, because he's got some freaky pieces that guys are sure going to like. He's big-footed. He's big forearmed. He's got crazy shape in his rack and from his hip back. He's a little bit off in the way he transitions from his loin into his hip. When we get him out in motion, he wants to close up at the ground and track just a little bit narrower. These 2 sheep in 4 and 5 I thought were pretty similar in type and kind, just good, complete, nice balance kind of sheep. Maybe not as freaky in any one area as some of these that come out ahead of them, but they just cover the bases. They're good in their muscle, they're good in their bone work, they're good on their feet and legs. Both of these are just a little softer in their touch over their ribs. They're not quite as square in their loin edges. I thought the lighter colored sheep here had the advantage in that area of just being a little trimmer, a little fresher to the touch. The one that rounds out our class, certainly a good looking one, just a little softer handling than most of those above him. Good class. Please give them a hand.
Our next class will be Class 32. Class 32, natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 129 to 138. Class 32 in the ring. Results of Class 31. Class 31 natural colored market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Matt Minnick. Second place exhibitor, Kinley Hill. Third place, Hadley Hill. Fourth place exhibitor, Macy Seibel. Fifth, Grace Shiner. Sixth place exhibitor, Ryan Liggett. Seventh, Harper Fordyce. Eighth place was Cabry Messersmith. Ninth, Caden Dare. 10th was Landon Gaines. Other exhibitors in the class include Paige Kreitzer, Reese Oliver, Hadley Jackson, Kinlan Myers, Brogan Younts, and Marin Sprinkle. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 31 natural colored market lamb exhibitors.
Well, as we get bigger in this deal, it seems like the classes just get deeper and the quality's tougher. Again, you know, some different types and kinds. I don't blame you if you like some of these sheep in here better than the ones I've got on the top, because I think you can justify it and make a case for any of them. For me, just completeness, balance, soundness. I think the young man's got to win the class. That one gets out and moves like a cat. He balances up good from the side view. You handle all these things. He comes out of his blade with a little more width and dimension to his center body. He's got a big old flat back laid in him, lots of thickness from his hooks to his pins. And then I think when you step in behind him, he's deeper twisted, he's wider stifled. For me, a logical place to start. The one that comes in second, a little cooler looking through his front 1/3, and I like that about that one. He's tall shouldered, he's good skinned, he's got good muscle texture to him. I don't think he's quite as deep in his flank. I don't think he hooks up from his loin to his hip quite as neat as our class winner. And again, being critical of a very good one. That's a nice one to be second. The one that comes in third, a little harder to get a read on sometimes. He's so dark, but man, you really just break that one down. There's lots of good pieces to him. Feet and legs are good, balance is good, thickness is good. He's a little softer in the way he touches compared to our top two. He's not as square coming right out of his edges into his hip as the top pair. And then a big pretty one comes next. He's another one that's up fronted. His neck comes out where it should. Feet and legs are good. This one's almost too long-bodied for his own good, because when we get him on the profile view, he doesn't transition from his loin into his hip. He wants to go a little bit beyond level from his hooks to his pins. Change that about him, fix him right there in the loin edge. You could certainly justify moving him up. And then a good complete one rounds out our top five. Good feet and legs, good flexibility, good muscle shape. That one's a little lower at the point of its shoulder, doesn't balance up quite as neatly in its underline as some of those ahead. A good class, please give them a hand.
Our next class will be Class 33. Class 33 natural colored market lambs. These lambs weigh 139 to 172. Class 33 in the ring. Results of Class 32 natural colored market lambs. First place, and congratulations, Brantley Platt. Second place exhibitor, Hannah Bridges. Third, Alexa Bratton. Fourth place exhibitor, Mabry Sutton. Fifth, Harper Fordyce. Sixth place was Caroline Sullivan. Seventh place exhibitor, Colin Downing. Eighth place, Cash Holmes. Ninth was Sophie Tressler. 10th place was Kaylee Pettigrew. Other exhibitors in the class include Evelyn Spence, Maggie Minton, Alan Findley, Aubrey Ashwell, Sawyer Ritz, Bryson Myers, Vulcan Everett, Peyton Richards, and Isaac Holowinski. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 32 natural colored market lamb exhibitors. We'd certainly like to draw your attention to some of our show sponsors. Their banners are around the ring. These folks are very generous with their donations, and they help fund all the awards here at your Indiana State Fair. And we'd certainly like to give a shout out and thank Perry Club Lambs, Reiki Club Lambs, Willoughby Showstock, Umbarger Show Feeds, Willoughby Sales, RSG, Silver Dollar Farms, Stillwell Club Lambs, Edge Livestock, CRS Showstock, Feller Club Lambs, Smith Showstock, Slack Club Lambs, K6 Livestock, Clay Hill Ranch, Mock Shearing Service, Timmons Feed and Farm Supply, DF Crosley, just to name a few. We certainly want to appreciate it. And obviously we want to thank the Indiana Farm Bureau Incorporated, major sponsor here at the Indiana State Fair, not only in the sheep barn, but all of the livestock barns. Tremendous supporters of our 4-H youth, and we certainly want to thank them from the bottom of our heart. Farm Bureau Incorporated, thank you very much. And thanks to all of our sponsors. Folks, if you would, you see these folks as you're walking around the fair here in the sheep barn, thank them. Without their support, we certainly wouldn't be able to give all the awards that we give. So thank you very much to all of our show sponsors.
Another good class, and again, a lot of variation out here, and I wouldn't argue a whole lot if you wanted to switch some things up. To me, the sheep that wins the class just by far the most complete. He's the most moderate one of our top 5. I don't know where we're at weight-wise, but they're pretty big sheep. But he's a little more moderate in his frame, and that allows him to open up a little more through his chest, through his center body, really square down his top, touches with some freshness of condition. Maybe doesn't wow you in terms of just extension like some of these others do up front, but still, for me, the most complete one, the one that puts the most positive pieces together. One that comes in second, it's one that grew on me quite a bit the more I watched him. That thing's tall fronted. He is huge racked. I'd like to change him a little bit in the way he transitions from his loin into his hip, and then from his hip back to his tail head. I think we just need to lengthen him out, make him a little longer and more correct in that regard, like the one that goes out ahead of him. This sheep that comes next, another one that's tall-shouldered. Young man's doing an outstanding job of getting that one presented. From his hip forward, man, he's wide, he's square, he's correct. It's from there back, he wants to get just a little bit flatter in his muscle pattern, not quite the bulge and expression of those two ahead of him. Probably one of the most unique ones in terms of just running uphill and being tall-shouldered is the one that comes next. I like his profile view. He's straight and correct in his lines. He narrows up just a little bit when we get him in motion, not quite as much meat and potatoes there as we compare him to the top end. And then this one that rounds out our top five, another one that grabs your attention when he's out here in motion for how tall fronted he stays, how good his chest is. Just need to freshen that one up down his top line, make him a bit wider from the ground up. A good class of heavyweights. Please give them a hand if you would.
We are ready. Please bring in Class 34. Class 34 Blackface Cross Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 92 to 112 pounds. Class 34 in the ring. Results of Class 33. Class 33 natural colored market lambs. Class 33. First place and congratulations, Dylan Aukenbach. Second place exhibitor, Tinsley Bruzall. Third, Bryce Hofing. Fourth place exhibitor, Courtney Hockmeyer. Fifth, Ashley Weeble. Sixth, Adriana Martin. Seventh place exhibitor, Caden Parks. Eighth, Caden Gutwine. Ninth, Anakin Hamilton. 10th place exhibitor, Dixie Hamilton. 11th, Lily Cox. 12th place exhibitor, Brayley Lordy. 13th was exhibitor Madison Millett. 14th, Taylor Roberts. And, stuck together. 15th, Kate Dorrell. 16th exhibitor, McCabe Sparenberg. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 33 natural colored market lamb exhibitors.
Good set of these lightweight crosses to sort through, and a good set of sheep out here in our top 5. Some differences between them, some things about each one I'd like to change a little bit, but I think all in all a good set of them. To me, the one that wins the class, he's not one that's extreme in any one area that just grabs your attention and says, hey, I got to go with that one. But when you really break them down and you study them, I think that's by far the most complete one. Big-footed, good balanced. You get up over the top of him, he has the advantage of having a little more turn and curvature to his forerib than our second place sheep. Definitely has the advantage of being bigger from his hip back to his pins and through his twist and his width of stifle. You know, maybe a concern on him would be projecting him into the future. How big is he going to get? I don't know, but for me today, that's the most complete one. That's why he's on top of the class. The one that comes in second, a little more unique in his look up through his front 1/3. That one's tall-shouldered, big feet, big forearm. He's got a big old rack in him. Step in behind that one, he's just a little flatter in his muscle, inner and outer leg. Make a little more bulge in that one, and certainly I think you could consider using him to win the class because he's so pretty, so neat to look at up front. One that comes here in third's built a lot like our second place sheep. Tall-shouldered, neck comes out of the point of his shoulder where it should. It's wide, correct, square on his feet and legs. He wants to get a little bit shorter from his hip back, and like our second place sheep, when you really study him on volume of muscle, even though he's big up high, he's just a little flatter when we step right in behind him. Sheep that comes next really balances up good from the profile, gives you a good look. Young lady does a good job of showing that one. He's big-bellied, he's got a big rib, he's got some muscle shape down his top. I'd like to change him a little bit in his rump. He wants to get a little rounder in his shape. He wants to get a little outside himself whenever we ask him to go away from us. The one that rounds out our top 5, good-looking sheep that's got some extension up front. I didn't think that one blended together quite as neatly down his top line. And then like some of these ahead of him, I think we just need to put a little more mass and muscle in that one from his hip back. Good top 5, certainly a deep class. Please give him a hand.
Results of Class 34. Class 34 Blackface Cross Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Carson Hoon. Second place exhibitor, Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Third, Dylan Achenbach. Fourth place exhibitor, Kendall Payton. Fifth, Alette Nyer. Sixth place was Quentin Dare. Seventh, Bristol Lordy. Eighth, also Bristol Lordy. Ninth place exhibitor, Hallie Scheller. 10th was Bailey Bussard. 11th, Braxton Sweden. And 12th was Nora Holowinski. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 34 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors. Now we're ready to select your champion and reserve champion natural colored market lamb exhibitor. From Class 30, first place exhibitor Hadley Parker, Noble County. From Class 31, your first place exhibitor Matt Minnick of Cass County. First place from Class 32, Brantley Platt of Hendricks County. And from Class 33, your first place exhibitor Dylan Achenbach of Tipton County. Second place exhibitors Class 30, Ella Tompkins, Hancock County. Class 31, second place, Kinley Hill of Decatur County. Class 32, Hannah Bridges, Shelby County. And from Class 33, your second place exhibitor, Tinsley Bruzall of Decatur County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place natural colored market lamb exhibitors.
A really good natural show, 4 classes that were all extremely deep, and I'm pleased with the ones we bring back out to show for our champion and reserve. Now, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you everything we've got out here is perfect, because as livestock people, we all know there's places we'd like to change them here and there. And I think if you stand around ringside, or if you're me out here in the ring, and you single trait these things, you're not going to end up with one that's complete enough and good enough in the end. I don't single trait them as far as bad traits. I don't single trait them as far as good traits. I try to put the ones together that have the most positives, and I feel comfortable with the set we've got out here. There's 2 of them out here that hit me pretty hard as we bring them back out. I think they're by far the most complete ones. Do they have a spot we'd change? Sure we would. But I think they're awfully good sheep that really combine a lot of things we need to be searching for. We need to be trying to breed into these things. So I'll go out. I'll show you which 2 I like the best, if you would. Not just for these 8, but for all of our natural colored exhibitors. Please put your hands together. Great set of sheep to sort through. Some deep classes.
And your champion from Class 32, congratulations, Brantley Platt, Hendricks County. And your reserve champion from Class 31, congratulations, Matt Minnick of Cass County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our natural colored market lamb exhibitors. I believe we are ready. Nope, we got to wait. We got to swap a little sheep. Now we're ready. Please bring in Class 35. Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 116 to 122. Class 35 in the ring.
A nice set of these crossbreds as we're getting on up a little bit in size and weight. I think a group that is pretty deep, and I think they've all got some pieces and parts you have to appreciate. There's some differences in soundness. There's some differences in squareness and correctness. There's some differences in shallowness. I thought the one at the front of the class kind of put more pieces together. Definitely neater through his front 1/3, and the sheep that comes right there below him, a little fresher in the way he touches, a little more dense in his muscle down his top. You step in behind him, he probably doesn't have as much as any of the 4 sheep below him, but I think he's plenty big from his hooks to his pins. I think he's shapely enough. Change that one. I'd like to put just a little more in him from the rear view. This one that comes in second has that, and man, when the young man gets him planted and stuck, he looks the part. It's when we get him in motion, he wants to fall apart just a little bit up front. He looks a little bit deeper and coarser about his shoulder and chest, and even though he's big and square up high, whenever we handle him in comparison to that one ahead of him, just like to firm him up, tone him up a notch, but an awfully good stout-made sheep there to be second. The one that comes in third has some really unique pieces, and he's probably shallower and maybe a little taller fronted than either of those two coming out ahead of him. I'd like to change him in the way he hooks from his loin into his hip. He's just a little rounder, a little greener in his condition. He's not as long, and he's not as correct from his hip back to his tail head as those two above him. Change him a little bit. He's certainly one you could justify moving up just the way I see him today. The one that comes next, man, when he's stuck in the ground, that thing looks the part. Young man does an outstanding job of showing him. He's big-footed. He's got a big forearm. He's square-made. It's when we get that one in motion, he kind of falls apart a little bit for me. He doesn't maintain his elevation up front. He's not nearly as flexible and easy on the go when we get him to go on those rear 2 as those sheep ahead of him. Man, sitting there, he's one you have to admire. The one that rounds out our top 5 is one of the better handling ones, just in terms of shape through his rack, shape through his hip, and leanness of touch. Need to change him a little bit in his edges. I'd like to change him when we get him out in motion on his rear 2. He wants to get a little closer at the ground, being critical of an awfully nice sheep. Good top 5, good class throughout. Please give him a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 36. Class 36 Blackface Crossbred lambs. These lambs weigh 123 to 127. Class 36 in the ring, please. Results of Class 35. Class 35, first place, and congratulations, Annika Hamilton. Second place exhibitor, Landon Bewley. Third, Jackson Ritter. Fourth place was Caden Johnson. Fifth place exhibitor, Aya Freehoff. 6, Hadley Parker. 7, Thomas Hogan. 8th place exhibitor, Cole Ritter. 9th, Avery Feltner. 10th place was exhibitor Grace Shiner. 11th, McCoy Milton. 12th place exhibitor Ashlyn Bodkin. 13th, Melanie Fetter. 14th was Ellie Anderson. 5th place exhibitor Henry Longfellow. And 16th was Peyton Richards. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 35 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Another good class of these crossbreds as we're working through our first division, and I think loads and loads of good sheep throughout the class. This one that leads off, that's my kind of sheep. He's really good to look at from the side view. He's sound, he's square, he's functional. He handles with adequate muscle. Now he gets out-hossed a little bit in just terms of shape by a couple of these, but he's got plenty. His squareness, his ability to transition down his top, his balance from the side, and as I said, that soundness is what gets him to the top of the class. I thought a very good place to start. Young man that comes in second has the one that offers more muscle. That one's really big in his forerib. He's big in his rack. He's got a big old hip in him. I'd change him just a little bit. He's a little bit straighter from his hip to the hock to ground than our class winner. And then even though he's super big up high, I don't think he's got quite as much flair to his inner or outer leg when we step right in behind him. But that's a nice sheep, young man. It unfortunately has to be second. The one that comes in third, he's got some wow pieces. He's got cool leg wool. I don't judge sheep based on their leg wool, but that is good. You've done a good job of growing that stuff. But he's got big feet. He's got a big forearm. He runs uphill. That one handles good. He's just a little rounder in his edges. But more importantly, when we get those things in motion, he wants to close up a little bit from behind, get his back feet just a little close to one another. Picky things that if we could change about him, he's certainly one for his uniqueness we could run up higher in the class. The one that comes next, just good functional kind of livestock. He's not one that wows you anywhere, but he is shallow enough up front. He's deep enough in his body and flank. He's got good bone work. He's got plenty of muscle. He's a little bit softer touching over his ribs and down his top comparatively to those ahead of him. And then a real pretty lamb rounds out our top five. Long fronted, tall at the point of his shoulder, good on his feet and legs. We need to square that one up a little bit down his top and just add more bulk and muscle to him in order to move him up. A good top five, nice class throughout. Please give him a hand.
Our next class will be Class 37. Class 37 Blackface Cross Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 128 to 130. Class 37 in the ring. Results of Class 36. Class 36 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. First place and congratulations, Kendrick Herr. Second place exhibitor, Zach Tressler. Third, Aya Freehoff. Fourth place was Maisie Stolting. Fifth, Gentry Bouse. Sixth place exhibitor, Maylee Tallman. Seventh, Bailey Moore. Eighth place was exhibitor Zeta Hofing. Ninth, Sawyer Ritz. 10th, Mary Kay Kaiser. 11th, Cabry Messersmith. 12th, Riley Sweden. 13th place, Isabella Guthrie. 14th, Ashlyn Allman. 15th place exhibitor, Paige Kreitzer. 16th was Kirsten Stockberger, and 17th, Dalton Feltner. Once again, congratulations to those Class 36 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Another nice class, and I struggle a little bit on this class because there's some variation out here. There's differences in structural makeup, muscle, look, balance. I think there's just, some things that make it a little tougher. The one thing I am pretty sure about is that one that leads off is the most attractive one. That thing is tall fronted. He's balanced well from his forerib to his flank. He's straight correct in his top line. Cool leg wolves we talked about earlier, but we're not judging him on that. But he does have some bone and some foot under there. He's got a big forearm. He's got a really big level kind of a hip and rump. For me, when we put those three in motion, he's the one that's just the most fluid, the one that keeps his neck where he should, his chest where he should, his top line right. He's my winner today. The one that comes in second, I love him when I get my hands on him. That thing's got a big rack. And even though he doesn't look from the side like he transitions good enough, he's got a big square edge in him. He's just bigger at his hip and his rump, and it kind of throws his balance off a little bit from the side. I think we could change him a little bit in either his forerib or his flank, and either shallow him or deepen him more like the one that came out ahead of him. But that's a good sheep that the young lady's done a great job feeding. He's lean to the touch. He's firm. Got lots and lots of shape. This one that comes next, probably the most rugged one when we really analyze foot size and forearm. That one's loaded with muscle from front to rear. He's a little more conventional maybe in his size than our top pair, and then even a little rougher in his transitions down his top. We need to square that one's edge up a little bit. I'd like to change him from his hip back to his tail head and just make him a bit smoother in his look from the side, but a nice sheep from a stoutness standpoint. One that comes next is one that props up and looks really good from the side. Balance is good, straightness and correctness is good, his extension up front's good enough. He's a little bit softer handling, and then when we get that one in motion, I don't think he controls his rear leg quite as good as those ahead of him. He wants to get outside himself and toe in just a notch. Change that about him, lean him up just a little bit. He's one you could justify moving up. The young man's got one that rounds out our top five that's really neat to look at when he does get him out and get him going because he's tall-shouldered, he's fluid in his movement. It's when we set him up that he gets a little bit out of balance. He's a little bit tighter around his waist and his flank in comparison to his forerib. Change a couple of minor things about that one. He's one you could certainly justify moving up a couple of spots. So good class, good top five. Please congratulate them if you will.
Our next class will be Class 38. Class 38 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 131 to 134. Class 38 in the ring. Results of Class 37. Class 37. First place, and congratulations, Courtney Hockmeyer. Second place exhibitor, Julia Gardy. Third, Josie Baines. Fourth place exhibitor, Araya Nair. Fifth, Landon Gaines. Sixth place, Landon Bewley. Seventh place exhibitor, Aubrey Rothenbuehler. 8, Bristol Buckland. Ninth place was Catherine Griffiths. 10th was Bryson Myers. Other exhibitors in the class include Marin Sprinkle, Brackney Fulford, Zoe Keimel, Hadley Jackson, Wyatt Hirschberger, and Vulcan Everett. Once again, congratulations to those Class 37 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
getting on up into the heat of things here in this particular class, and lots of good sheep. I had to send out some lambs there that sure didn't make me feel good about doing, but man, you get them all jammed together like this, you got to make some cuts somewhere, and I thought our top 5 was extremely good. This sheep that wins, he's one that handles extremely good. He's fresh. He's really pulled apart down his top, but you watch him out in motion. He's wide based without going too far. He's wide through his chest. He's got a big center body and still gives you plenty enough look from the side. I thought a really good one to lead off with. The one in second, when that young man gets him propped up, man, I think you got to love that one. I don't think there's many people that would look at that sheep and say, oh, he's not good enough to be up here, because he certainly is. My problem with him is he doesn't want to cooperate and go good for you. And when he doesn't do that, his front end drops in him. He needs to be taller at the point of his shoulder, get his head up, and just get out and go better. But, man, that thing touches good. He's square on his feet and legs. Just like to see a little more extension, a little better authority whenever we get him out here and get him in motion. The one that comes in third is one that hit me really hard when he came in the ring, and he was certainly in contention there for a long time. That thing handles extremely good. He's big racked, he's fresh loined, he's big hipped. As you can see from the side, I think he's a little bit deeper there about his chest and his shoulder blade, and when we get up on top of him, even though he's a round-bodied sheep, he's a little bit flatter in his forerib than those two that come out ahead of him. But an awfully nice one, young lady, to have to be in third place today. A nice sheep comes there in 4, not showing the best at all times for the young lady, but that's a tall-fronted, good-looking one that gives you a really neat profile. I thought he was just a little finer in his bone work, a little flatter in his side whenever you got up over the top of him, but man, that one props up and looks the part from the side view. And then a good one, in my opinion, comes there next, and he's another one that doesn't want to get out of here and show himself off, but when you get your hands on that one, extremely wedge-shaped down his top, feet and legs are good. He's just a little flatter inner and outer leg whenever we step in behind him and compare him to some of those ahead of him, but a very good sheep to round out our top 5. Please give all those kids a hand, if you will.
Our next class will be Class 39. Class 39 Blackface Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 135 to 138. Class 39 in the ring, please. Results of Class 38. Class 38. First place and congratulations, Gabrielle Rout. Second place exhibitor Jack Hasselbeck. Third, Adeline Slick. Fourth place exhibitor Landry Sutton. Fifth, Elia Nair. Sixth place, Caden Dare. Seventh, Julia Gardy. Eighth place exhibitor, Kason King. Ninth was Kaylee Pettigrew. 10th place, Mary Griffiths. Other exhibitors in the class include Boone Lordy, Eli Seeley, Brackney Fulford, Lee Kretcher, Kayla McCain, and Luke Scheller. Once again, congratulations to those Class 38 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
another really good class. And once again, you know, some good ones had to hit the rail and go out the gate, but a nice top 5 out here in my opinion. Extremely close up here between our top 2, and you could argue with me and state your case for the second place sheep, and I wouldn't argue back a whole lot because that's a very high quality animal. This one that leads off, man, that's an awfully good one in my estimation. That thing is bold and big through his chest floor without having too much breast in him. Hits the ground wide and square. He's got a big rib cage and a big top, and he's about as fresh as you can make one when you get your hands on him. I think an awfully nice one to lead off. This one in second, no slouch. I mean, he gives you the look from the side. He's tall-shouldered. He's long and level about his top line. He's long and correct about his hip and rump. Getting critical on that one when we get up over the top of the 2 and compare them. I'd pry that one apart just a little bit, and his forerib, I'd make him just a little more massive through his rack, but that's being picky of a very, very nice second place sheep. Congratulations, young man. The one that comes in third, tall-shouldered, good-looking through its front 1/3, probably even taller and more extended than either of our top 2. That one wants to get just a little bit rougher in his top line. His loin's up in him just a tad. He doesn't hook up quite as good, and then he wants to roll out of his hip and rump just a notch. Again, critical things, picky things when we're talking about a very valuable sheep. That's a nice one to be third. The one that comes in 4, really good looking from the side view. Another one of those that runs uphill. He's level and correct in his lines. He balances up well. It's when we get that one in motion, I don't think he's quite as wide. I don't think he's quite as square made as those ahead of him. Just thicken him up and make him wider from the ground up, and he's certainly one a lot of people could justify moving on up. The one that rounds out our top 5 is big-footed and rugged as any of them. That one's got tons of shape in him as well. Just a little bit ill-made in his top line when we study him from the side view. Again, one of those I'd like to change and square him up in his edges. I'd like to fix him there at his tail head just a notch. But again, critical things said about an awfully nice sheep that rounds out a good class. Please give him a hand if you would.
Your next class will be Class 40. Class 40 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 139 to 142. Class 40 in the ring. Results of Class 39. Class 39 Blackface Crossbred Sheep. First place, and congratulations, Caden Johnson. Second place, exhibitor Brantley Platt. Third, Julia Gardy. Fourth place was exhibitor Johnny Ann McDonald. Fifth, Lila Kephart. Sixth was Kirsten Haynes. 7, Landry Sutton. 8, Hannah Bridges. 9 was Lydia Herr. 10th place exhibitor Caroline Sullivan. Other exhibitors in the class include Natalia Burley, Kinley Rodishak, Gabrielle Ball, and Jonathan Smith. Once again, congratulations to those Class 39 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
another really deep class of these crosses, and you know, been fun the whole way through, and I don't see it letting up now. I think the quality's just staying in there and staying extremely good. This one, it leads off. He does so pretty easy for me. That's one that as he comes in the ring, I think he's got to gather your attention for just how collected he stays through his front 1/3, how his top line stays in him, feet and legs are on point, and then you handle that one. Just really expressive and square down his top, yet lean enough and firm enough and fresh enough in the way he touches. That's an awfully nice sheep there to win the class. The one that comes in second is one that grew on me quite a bit the longer I studied him. Chest floor's up in that one good. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. I think when you compare our top two, this one wants to get just a little bit flatter when we study him from behind. He's big and opened up down his back. He's big in his rib, but he's a little flatter in his stifle. He's not as heavy muscled from that 3/4 view or the rear view. That's what the young ladies class winner is, but that's an awfully good sheep there to be second. One that comes third, young man does a great job of getting that one propped up. He's tall shouldered. He's got a neat neck set in him. Lines are pretty good in that one. Feet and legs are good. It's when we handle him in comparison to those top two, he wants to wash out just a little bit in his loin edge. He's not quite as square and good in that regard. And then in motion, he wants to get just a little bit straighter through his front 1/3. Those are critical things of a very nice sheep. I thought he was awfully good and certainly deserving of our top three. The one that comes in fourth place has got some really unique pieces, and if you want one that's big bone and stout, he's got that. If you want one that's heavy muscled, he's got that. I'd like to see him just blend and put all those pieces together in a little neater looking package from the side. He's shallow enough up front. He's deep enough in his flank. It's his loin and hip juncture that just doesn't match up quite right in him, and with that the way it is, it throws his rump a little beyond level. I think that makes him just a little more uncoordinated when we get him out here and get him in motion. But again, stout and powerful, big muscled, he's certainly got it. The one that rounds out our top five, one of those that doesn't wow you in a whole lot of spots, but just a good sheep. He's good on his feet and legs. He balances up well enough. He's got good muscle shape. A little bit softer in the way he touches compared to some of them. And again, he's one I think we could change his loin edge to make him more ideal. But that's a very nice way to round out our top five. If you would, please give them all a hand.
Our next class will be Class 41. Class 41 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 143 to 147. Class 41 in the ring, please. Results of Class 40. Class 40 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. First place, and congratulations, Gabrielle Rout. Second place exhibitor, Zach Tressler. Third, Thomas Thompson. Fourth place was Kendall Payton. Fifth, Haley Nelson. Sixth place exhibitor, Caden Johnson. 7, Josie Baines. Eighth place exhibitor, Colton Frederick. 9th, Tinsley Bruzall. 10th place exhibitor, Bristol Buckland. Other exhibitors in the class include Maggie Minton, Jax Hockenberry, Emmeline Freed, Delia Mathers, Maddie Paxson, Aubrey Ashwell, and Henry Longfellow. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 40 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
a good class, and when we get them whittled down, I think they line themselves up pretty easily. There was a really nice sheep that went out sixth that was as powerful muscled as any of them, just a little too deep and a little too out of balance when we viewed him from the side, but that was a nice sheep. It had to be excused. The one that wins the class, he did so from the get-go for me. There wasn't a time in the whole class that I doubted that he was going to be on top. That thing is deadly to look at from the side view. He's sound, he's square, he's functional. And when you handle him, you know, he's not the biggest muscle one we've got left in the group, but he's certainly got plenty of it. He's fresh, he's lean, square in his edges. That's an awfully good sheep in my opinion. The one that comes in second, another one that gives you a really good look from the side. Man, he's tall-shouldered, his neck comes out right. Lines are good in that one as well. Change him just a little bit up front, more like our class winner, and it makes that decision tougher. But I see him being just a little bit longer about his blade, not quite as neat in his chest floor as the one that comes in second. This one that comes in third, young man's done a nice job presenting that one and getting him fed. He's big-footed, he's stout, he's rugged, he's got some muscle. He doesn't put his pieces together quite as smooth or quite as neat as our top two. I think we could change him a little bit up front. I think we could edge him up just a little bit in his loin to move that one up. The young lady does a good job showing this fourth place sheep. He's one that's really good skinned, good pelted if you would. He's got big muscle shape down his top. He's a little iffy on his feet and legs from when we watch him get around the ring on his rear too. He's a little softer pastern, maybe not quite as impressive from his hooks back to his pins as some of them. And then a nice stout one here rounds out our top five. That one's bulky ribbed. He's got big muscles. Need to see him go with a little more squareness and correctness of feet and legs when we get him in motion. Good class. Please give him a hand if you would.
Our next class will be Class 42. Class 42 Blackface Crossbred lambs. These lambs weigh 148 to 168. Class 42 in the ring. Results of Class 41. Class 41, first place and congratulations, Caitlin Hockmeyer. Second place exhibitor Thomas Thompson. Third was Matt Minnick. Fourth place exhibitor Gabrielle Rout. Fifth was Dylan Achenbach. Sixth place exhibitor Hayden Feltner. Seventh, Abby Hannon. Eighth place was Caden Dale. Ninth, Reese Oliver. 10th place exhibitor Brantley Reeder. Other exhibitors in the class include Reed Hoover, Corbin Gardner, Braden Carroll, and Lillian Swanson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 41 Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, the class of the day we've all been waiting on. I don't know what time of day we're at or how long it's taken. It seems like it's gone by pretty fast to me. Awfully good set of sheep in this class. This crossbred deal's been extremely tough, and I don't know where we're at. I'm not good at guessing weights, and I don't always pay attention when the announcer says what they weigh. I know we're getting up there in pounds and size, but man, these top enders have kept themselves together and stayed youthful enough about their chest and their shoulder. I thought the one that leads us off is one that just gets around the ring so effortlessly. When the young man gets him stuck, really props up and looks apart from the side view for a bigger sheep. Still good enough up front, but his biggest advantage to me is just how straight and correct he is from the point of his shoulder back to his tail head, smooth in his underline, good on his feet and legs, plenty of muscle, and certainly fresh enough for a heavyweight sheep. That was a nice place to start. The one that comes in second, another one that props up really good. He's got his chest up in him. He's long enough and neat enough about his neck and head for his age and size. Good length of body, handles himself well. I could change that one a little bit in his hip-loin juncture and make him run at our class winner just a notch better. But again, picky things said about a really nice sheep that ends up second. This one that comes in third, lots of good pieces and parts to that one as well. Young lady's done a great job at taking care of him and getting him fed. He's big and opened up in his rack. He's got a big hip. He's one of those that goes a little bit beyond level, and you've heard me talk about that several times today, from his hip back to his tail head. And I think if we could pick that one's loin up in him, maybe it would adjust that just a notch. But for me, that kind of throws him off just a little bit in his balance from the side. Rugged, stout one comes here next, and he might be the heaviest muscle one of the class. But along with that extra muscle he has, he's got a little bit extra bulk up front. I'd like to change that one in just his length of shoulder, his breastbone, make him a little more youthful looking about his head and neck. But that one's packed full of muscle, and for a bigger one, he stayed certainly lean enough. The one that comes next, kind of same story, really big ended when we step in behind him. He's got a big top. That one needs to balance a little bit better from the side. He's a little coarser about his shoulder. He's a little lower in the placement of his chest floor. Get past that. You love the way he handles. You love the muscularity that one has. So a nice one to round out our top five. Very good class of heavyweights. Please give him a hand.
We are ready for your Blackface Crossbred Division 1 drive. First place exhibitor from Class 34, Carson Hoon, Noble County. From Class 35, your first place exhibitor, Annika Hamilton of Henry County. From Class 36, Kedrick Herr, Wayne County. Second place exhibitors, Class 34, Aubrey Rothenbuehler, Noble County. From Class 35, Landon Bewley of Kosciuszko County. And from Class 36, Zach Tressler of Rush County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Division I exhibitors. Results of Class 42. Class 42, first place, and congratulations, Jack Husselbeck. Second place exhibitor, Araya Nair. Third is Annika Hamilton. Fourth place exhibitor, Kelsey Thompson. Fifth was Cora Burns. Sixth place exhibitor, Drake Gardner. 7, Ryan Liggett. Eighth place exhibitor was Bryson Folan. Ninth, Braylon Dorrell. 10th place exhibitor, Lindsey Peterson. Additional exhibitors in the class include Maddox Clark, Hayden Stevens, Alan Finley, and Brogan Younts. Once again, congratulations to those Class 42 Crossbred Market Lamb exhibitors.
Well, a very good set of these lightweights to bring back out and show for our division champion. I think 3 really fancy ones here on the front row and certainly some nice ones in that second place lineup as well. You know, as I stated earlier in the day, I don't know how long ago it was, but I try to pick lightweight sheep that are built the way they should be. And by that, I mean they're not too small in their stature. That's not why they're lightweights. They're young, they're green, they're immature. So they're built like a heavier weight sheep, just in a lighter weight, smaller package. And I think we've been able to do that throughout these crosses. I think these lighter ones all look the part. I think they're all certainly very capable of doing bigger things later on in the drive, perhaps. So we'll see what happens when we get to that. But there's a pair of them out here that suit me really well. I think when you just study sheep for the basics, I think they're big boned, they're big footed ones that get around the ring good. I think they balance up well. I think they've got worlds of shape. And then along with that, just good balanced sheep that have some look and some show ring presence about them. So I'll go show you which two I prefer in this lighter weight drive. If you would, put your hands together. Congratulate all the kids that made it back out.
Your Division I champion from Class 36. Congratulations, Kendrick Herr, Wayne County. And your reserve Division I champion, also from Class 36. Congratulations, Zach Tressler, Rush County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate these Division I Blackface Cross exhibitors. We are ready for our Division II drive. Division II, first place exhibitor from Class 37, Courtney Hockmeyer of Allen County. From Class 38, your first place exhibitor, Gabrielle Rout of Clinton County. From Class 39, first place, Caden Johnson of Boone County. Second place exhibitors, Class 37, Julia Gardy, Whitley County. From Class 38, Jack Hasselbeck of Noble County. And from Class 39, Brantley Platt of Hendricks County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place Division II Crossbred Lamb exhibitors.
Well, certainly a fun division, and as we worked our way on up into this weight range, I think that's where those classes got extremely deep, and certainly some tough decisions had to be made. It's fun to see them back out here. You know, you think about them from their respective classes and how much you liked them, and it's cool to get them back in here and compare them and see what you ended up with. But again, I've been pleased all day with what I've been able to do, and I know that's not always the popular thing around ringside. Everybody doesn't agree. You know, we've all got an opinion, and they all count. Mine's the one that gets to count just a little bit more today because I'm the guy that got offered the gig to come line these things up. But I think lots of ways you could go, multiple things you could do and justify it. For me, there's two of them that hit me pretty hard in class, and they still do. I'll show you which two those are. Please congratulate all these people that made it back.
And your Division II champions from Class 38, congratulations, Gabrielle Rout. And your reserve champion, also from Class 38, congratulations, Jack Hasselbeck. And now for our heavyweight division. First place exhibitor from Class 40, Gabrielle Rout of Clinton County. From Class 41, your first place exhibitor, Caitlin Hockmeyer of Allen County. And from Class 42, your first place exhibitor, Jack Hasselbeck of Noble County. Second place exhibitors, Class 40, Zach Tressler, Rush County. From Class 41, Thomas Thompson of Boone County. And from Class 42, Araya Nair of Hendricks County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these Division III first and second place exhibitors.
Well, another extremely tough division, and even though we got pretty big in pounds, I think these things are super youthful in their look. They're athletic in their movement. Sheep at handle extremely good. So it's been a lot of fun to work through the crossbreds today. Well, I think we've got 6 nice ones out here again. Once again, I think you could do various things and justify it. Whenever these things came back in the ring this time for the champion drive, I thought I had it figured out what I was going to do, and I do. So I'll go out and show you which two I like the best. If you guys would, please congratulate all of our kids from the heavyweight division.
And your Division III champion from Class 41, congratulations, Caitlin Hockmeyer, Allen County. And from your reserve champion from Class 40, congratulations, Gabrielle Rout of Clinton County. We're going to give these guys just a second to catch their breath. I know they got to change some sheep around, and then we will be ready to select your champion and reserve champion, Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb. We are ready for your overall Blackface Crossbred champion drive. Your Division I champion from Wayne County, Kendrick Herr. Division II champion, Clinton County, Gabrielle Rout. And your Division III champion from Allen County, Caitlin Hockmeyer. Reserve Division I champion, Zach Tressler, Rush County. Your Reserve Division II champion, Jack Husselback of Noble County. And your Reserve Division III champion, Gabrielle Rout of Clinton County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these children a great round of applause.
Well, certainly not an easy decision, and one that I don't take lightly. I know the importance of this and to these kids, and man, I think we've got 6 really, really good sheep out here to select from. I think there's various things you could do, like I've said all day, and justify doing it because the sheep are all that good. I don't think it's an easy decision at all. I think very, very tough. I think you've got to be critical of some things and ask yourself some questions about, is this acceptable? Is it not? But really, really, really proud of the 6 we've got back out here to show for our champion cross. It's going to be fun tomorrow night when we get to see them lined up with the other breeds. I thought the show today was tremendous from start to finish, and we're certainly ending on a high note. So I'll go out and show you which 2 I prefer. Once again, if you guys would, please congratulate all the kids that showed these crossbreds. I think an awesome, awesome set of sheep.
And your champion, Blackface Cross from your Division II. Congratulations, Gabrielle Rout of Clinton County. And your reserve overall Blackface champion, also from Division II. Congratulations, Jack Hasselback of Noble County. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our Market Lamb show here in the Elements Financial Blue Ribbon Pavilion. We'd certainly invite you to go right across the driveway over to the Draft Horse Barn. That's where our Market Goat Showmanship Contest is underway. We'll show market goats and weather dams tomorrow morning starting at 8 o'clock. If you're not going to join us for the goat show, make sure you go out, enjoy the rest of your Indiana State Fair.